ついに始まりました。僕はこれです。もう一つシュワッと何か抜いてく。おい小さい何でもするからおつけを。はよ助け舟求めてけど人影たゆ。それにこの集大さらす心の準備が管理されてるはずした穴があったら入りてじゃがついにトラジゼコのチャンス今こそ伝えるべし SOS じゃがこのショックから千葉ショックせはかしんごぶりかたんばおったおせおっけおって
ダメです。
はおったおせおっけおって
ダメです。
もうこっち一体抜けんのじゃもっとみっと早くスイッチでもっともう一つシュワッと何か抜いてく。おい小さい何でもするからおつけを。お腹満たしたいで
ダメです。
お風呂入りたいで
ダメです。
お花摘みたいではい星の人生も
ダメです。
皆さん今までありがとうございました。おにぎりではかしんごぶりかたんばおったおせおっけおって
ダメです。
はおったおせおっけおって
ダメです。
もうこっち一体抜けんのじゃもっとみっと早くスイッチでもっともう一つシュワッと何か抜いてく。おい小さい何でもするからおつけを。誰か抜いてくれ。ついに始まりました。僕はこれです。おや手札を次くそうよ。次のターンで私が勝ち上げてその過去さの秘訣を教えてしょ。よしねえかっこ悪く抜けちゃダメ。ほら頑張れ頑張れ。本気出したら勝てるんでしょ。早く見せて。自我占有自由自立そうずかこしこしこ野菜がずっと知る。 ねえ、早く出そう。33対負けちゃおう負けちゃおうねえねちねに行きかじ探しちゃおう出せ敗北宣言ぶちまけろ
Hello and welcome to another blood drinking and company sinking episode of What Happened, the YouTube-style pop culture media show that stalks the shadows for the most clandestine development stories of the entertainment industry. And this week, we'll absolutely be doing just that, as the gestation period of today's subject happens to be one of the longest and messiest we've ever covered. It's filled with firings, delays, sudden departures, confusion, vague tweets, delays, and on top of all that, more delays. Honestly, there's just so much to chew through, so with this now laid out all on our fancy table, allow me to answer the question, what happened to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2?
So talk to me about vampires.
Vampires are, of course, a constant concern for society at large. They lurk in dark places, have sharp fangs, and are usually better dressers than any of us normie humans. There are some things that are a good bit scarier, though, namely an entire haunted island filled to bursting with indescribable horrors, sharp jagged cliffs, and an overwhelming sense of dread that slowly eats at your sanity. This is Fort Oasis, a desolate former mining community that's going to drive you absolutely mad, in Apogee's and the developers of Turbo Overkill's latest release, Total Chaos, a stunning built-from-scratch remake of the legendary Doom 2 Total Conversion. In this hardcore survival horror experience, you're tasked with exploring the island's mysteries, piecing together what happened to its now deceased inhabitants. Slice of survival horror. Hit up the link in the description or pinned comment below. Thanks. Straight Up bought White Wolf Publishing, the makers of the World of Darkness IP, which included all manner of fictional beasties like various vampire clans, werewolves, hunters, and frilly shirt-wearing rustlers. This deal also included all of the video game rights, the grinder notwithstanding. I'll get to you someday. And while that constituted a small number of games, the crown jewel was of course 2004's cult PC hit, Bloodlines. Now, Paradox were and are still best known for publishing RTS strategy and sim games. A lot of RTS strategy and sim games. Stuff like the Age of Wonders, City Skylines, and the Supreme Ruler series. It was only occasionally they'd publish something a bit out of their wheelhouse, like the Penumbra or Magicka games, but the move to purchase White Wolf was part of a greater strategy to finally break into the RPG genre by eventually developing a sequel to the original Bloodlines. The problem, however, was that Paradox didn't really have a specific developer in mind to actually make it, as most of the studios they had worked with were not particularly large or only had experience with the aforementioned RTS or strategy genres. So the producers in charge at that time weren't exactly in a rush to get something out the door, but rather felt it best to wait for the right time. That right time, or maybe wrong time, started with Hardsuit Labs, a little-known studio who, up until that point, hadn't worked on all that much, assisting Tripwire on the development of Killing Floor 2, and taking over the ongoing maintenance and development of Blacklight Retribution from its original developer, Zombie Studios. Zombie Studios. How come that sounds familiar? Oh, the original developers of Rogue Warrior.
Black Razor.
Okay, I'm getting off track here.
I'm gonna gut you like a fish.
Oh, sorry, Dick. Anyway, Hardsuit, hearing that Paradox now owned the rights to all things World of Darkness, immediately started working on a pitch for a new Bloodlines. Concept art, the overall setting, what clans to focus on, the whole 9 yards. They even enlisted the help of the head writer of the first Bloodlines, Brian Mitsoda, whom Hardsuit felt was their big ace in the hole. Because whatever technical problems the original game had, and it had many, the dialogue and story of Bloodlines was always considered its highlight, and having one of the OG creatives on board would be a big assurance to hardcore fans. So, after a meeting at a DICE summit in Las Vegas and being presented their pitch, Paradox were smitten, thrilled, and seduced, signing the papers and giving the project the full green light, which isn't exactly common. What's even less common is the fact that Paradox were so confident in Hardsuit because they had never developed a complex narrative-heavy RPG before, as all their experience lied in a supportive capacity for first-person shooters. Still though, there was excitement in the air between both companies, and electricity, if you will, as they were on track to deliver a follow-up to one of the biggest cult hits of the 2000s, but this time with modern technology and know-how. Everything therefore started to move rather quickly, with Hardsuit immediately throwing themselves into the work, and Paradox backing them every step of the way. So much so that in 2018, before it was ever even announced that they were cooking up a sequel to Bloodlines, Paradox bought 33% of the Seattle-based developer, amounting to a $2 million investment. This, of course, meant that Paradox had only the highest amount of confidence and pride in their choice. I mean, why else would you do such a thing? Hardsuit decided very early on that the game should take place in their own backyard, and would therefore embrace the underground scene of Seattle, something they would fully commit with the game's codename being Project Frasier, due to the tossed salads and scrambled eggs in the moody city hub, the graphics, the dialogue, and the gameplay element of Resonance being the standouts. Ah yes, Resonance. This was a big feature, as it let your newly made vampire character see the mental states and dispositions of human NPCs, which would then affect your vamp stats in a multitude of ways if they decided to feast on them, adding a layer of depth to the simple act of feeding. While of course plenty of fans still had their concerns, it's hard not to be a little cautious about a sequel made 15 years later and by a new developer. The early sentiment towards Bloodlines 2 around this time was pretty positive. Sadly, this positive period didn't last all that long. While the reveal of the game was in March of 2019, with an estimated release date of the first quarter of 2020 as per Paradox themselves, it only took 7 more months the following October, where Bloodlines 2 started to plot. On their social media channels, Paradox and Hardsuit reiterated their commitment to quality, saying the game needed more time for polish to be the best it could be, which in fact was an internal studio mandate. Everyone who was working on Bloodlines 2 was aware of and wanted to avoid the negative technical backlash that the first game had received upon its release, which included, but was not limited to, terrible performance, crashes, broken quests, and a coffin full of typos. Now, the timing of this delay suggests a few things. If Bloodlines 2 was scheduled to come out in the first quarter, but was delayed only in October, that means it was essentially content complete, and only needed optimization, bug testing, and the like. So keep that in your mind's eye, because this is where the story gets very, very messy and what happened-y, because the events that then transpired over the next few months will surely go down in botched video game development history. But for now though, let's take a look a bit more closely at that first delay, because by itself, it wasn't anything to raise a slit eyebrow at. Almost every major AAA game gets at least a few extra months in the oven, but it's what happens when that new vague release window comes and goes that really sets the tone for the entire project going forward. So after a lot of radio silence in August of 2020, Paradox took to social media once more to announce that its vampiric Seattleites were, again, not going to make the party. Hell, they weren't even going to make the year. our goal has always been to deliver the best game possible, to immerse you into a Seattle reimagined in the world of darkness, and deliver a worthy successor to the original Bloodlines game. Due to the quality bar and ambitions we have set for ourselves, we have made the difficult decision that we need more time. This means our goal to release in 2020 is no longer possible. Moving launch is one of the changes we are making to ensure the best player experience possible. Now look, I'm sure that 2020 wasn't a year that either Paradox or Hardsuit could have predicted, and that it greatly affected how many businesses, video game development included, needed to shift, so you can't really blame them for such logistical problems. However, being pushed all the way out of the calendar year didn't really add up, because again, Bloodlines 2 was supposedly in its last phase of development. That's your first indication that the management, producers/directors were setting unrealistic goals for the team that they simply couldn't execute for a variety of reasons, either due to technical issues, lack of staff, etc. So, Paradox's original social media post, that seems to now have been deleted by the way, addressed this staffing issue in a very opaque manner, saying that organizational changes were coming to bolster the project, with more details to come in the next few months. That next few months then turned out to be 1 week later, where in a joint statement, Paradox and Hardsuit announced that Brian Mitsoda and creative director Kai Clooney were leaving the project, wishing them a hearty so long and good luck.
I don't recall saying good luck.
Suffice it to say, these two massive departures sent ripples through the fanbase, the game industry at large, and even Brian Mitsoda himself, who said in a statement to Rock Paper Shotgun that this came as a shock to me is underselling it. I've worked on Bloodlines 2 for almost 5 years. The story and main cast was initially conceived in my living room. I helped develop the pitch for Hardsuit Labs and helped pitch the project to Paradox in Las Vegas. I've been in charge of the narrative since the beginning, working long days and sometimes weekends to deliver a successor to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and I've never been led to believe that I hadn't succeeded. I am incredibly disappointed and frustrated to say that this is where it ends for me on the project. I was not part of the conversations that led to the decision to delay production, and to my knowledge, there were no delays caused by the Bloodlines 2 narrative development. I am confident and proud of the work that I and my team put forward. When that work will be seen and what form it will take is unknown to me. While Brian's sudden removal was obviously a blow to fans and to the reputation of the project, the fact is that when a title is indeed nearing the end of its development and you're just in the process of fixing bugs and improving technical performance, you don't necessarily need a head of narrative on the payroll. Sucks to hear, of course, but sometimes that's the reality. However, removing the head of narrative and the main creative lead, that's not so typical, and a really bad sign that things were not going smoothly behind the scenes. To this day, there's still no definitive reason as to why both creative heads were unceremoniously casted back into the shadows, but I would like to throw a theory out there. Since the project kept getting pushed back more and more for technical reasons, as per Paradox, perhaps Mitsoda and Clooney were pushing for more content to be added alongside with it. Bearing that, perhaps there were disagreements on how the project should then be supported post-launch, which we'll talk about a bit later. But regardless of the core issue, the fact remained that there was some type of friction between Mitsoda/Clooney and Paradox Interactive. And as you can imagine, nobody from Paradox has ever clarified exactly what. Unfortunately though, the bad vibes kept a-comin', as just 2 months after the firing of Mitsoda and Clooney, Bloodline 2's main writer, Kara Ellison, also suddenly departed. So, nobody knew, on the outside at least, what the hell was going on, but we are getting a bit closer to piecing together a partial picture of it. One important part of said picture is Paradox leadership. In late December of 2020, their then CEO said in a statement that he did not anticipate Bloodlines 2 hitting store shelves in the first half of that year, citing complications from the pandemic, Microsoft and Sony not giving them PS5 or Xbox Series whatever dev kits in time, and staff changes as the main reasons why they couldn't commit to a solid release date. Now, in regards to that last issue, staff changes, yeah, it might be easy to, blame the guy whose fault that was, but this goes beyond all that. It seemed that Bloodlines 2, this original version at least, had more issues than just bad frame rates or screen tearing, in Paradox's eyes anyway. Now, just 3 sentences ago, you may recall I said their then CEO, because a big part of this story is that Paradox went through a pretty wacky regime change that really seemed to affect how the company was handling their fledgling foray into the RPG space. Basically, they had 2 individuals who were constantly trading places, with one replacing the other and vice versa, which is, a pretty stupid way to run your company. But suffice it to say, nobody really likes inheriting somebody else's project. So, with that in mind, as we move through the timeline of this game's development, it becomes more and more apparent that Paradox simply weren't very happy with Hardsuit's work on several other levels, outside of just the technical, and were now scrambling on how to best address those concerns. And scramble they did! Just 1 month after Paradox's last statement, in February of 2021, they then announced that Bloodlines 2 was being delayed indefinitely, and just to ensure that the fanbase would be even more worried, they were completely yanking Hardsuit off the project altogether, and told retailers to cancel all pre-orders. What the fuck? In a social media post that again seems to have been deleted, Paradox stated in the vaguest way possible, "We have made the hard decision that Hardsuit Labs will no longer be leading the development of Bloodlines 2, which also means that we will not be releasing in 2021 as previously planned." Now, pause, breathe, and let's all collectively enter our mind palaces and remember it was Hardsuit Labs that had pitched to Paradox, and it was Paradox who were so blown away by their vision that they bought 33% of the studio and then just dropped them, and then just as quickly were seduced by another very similar developer. See, not too long after this atomic bomb of an announcement went off, Paradox said they had already found another studio to carry on the work. They just didn't want to name them so as not to distract them from their very secretive task. Thus, 2 years later, the Chinese Room, the studio behind Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, Dear Esther, and Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, all narrative-heavy walking sims, were finally named as the new developers of Bloodlines 2, and their reaction was mixed to say the least. Paradox seemed to have full confidence in them, but as we've observed, that doesn't really mean much, because just like Hardsuit, the Chinese Room really didn't have any experience developing RPGs with tons of gameplay elements, questing, or subsystems. Now, Paradox has gone on record saying that TCR's pitch to salvage the project is what saved Bloodlines 2, as they were originally going to cancel it altogether and just call it a wash. But the problem, for fans of the original version at least, is that the senior staff at the Chinese Room didn't really want to finish someone else's work, but rather wanted to take a few things like the setting, level designs, etc., and craft their own game around it, which of course would take even more time. They essentially rewrote the entire script, simplified many of the systems Hardsuit had designed, including dumbing down the way resonance worked, and streamlined whatever else they could. And still, it took another 4 years and several more delays to release, which makes you ask, what was the point? Like, wouldn't you have saved more time and money fixing whatever you didn't like about Hardsuit's iteration? Well, to perhaps account for this money drain, Paradox announced they were sinking their fangs into the fanbase even deeper by making the two most popular vampire clans, to which the player can pledge to, paid DLC, when Hardsuit's original intention, as they stated back in 2019, was to make all vampire clans playable in the base game. You know, because these types of stories are never truly complete without some type of money-grubbing DLC fuckery from the fat cats at the top. Thankfully, the fan backlash to this was so severe, Paradox and the Chinese Room eventually backtracked on it, which rarely ever happens. And while there's no way to know how Hardsuit's version would have ultimately been received, I can't imagine it would have been much worse than what the Chinese Room ultimately delivered, as it is currently treading water with a pretty tepid 63 average with an even lower user score. And while the final release version isn't anywhere close to the broken technical mess that 2004's Bloodlines was, everything else seems like it's taken a step back, playing much closer to a number of modern action games with a few RPG tropes superficially tacked on, along with some very trite dialogue and an unengaging story which has failed to charm the hardcore fans of the original. So, all that time, money, and work, roughly 10 years of it, still went into an experience that for many ultimately disappointed. And while there's no hard numbers yet, it did launch on Steam as the number 4 bestseller, which is certainly not a bad start, but considering its reception is still mixed over there, it's unlikely to see any sort of long tail. Mercifully though, Hardsuit Labs is still around, as they were sold to something called Keywords Studios back in May of 2023, so at least that's a refreshing change from the usual endings of the stories we cover. Brian Mitsoda said he's working hard on an unannounced AAA title, in addition to contributing to a 2.5D action game by the name of Mandragora. And as for Paradox, well, after a few snippy interview comments throughout 2024 where they seemed to vaguely indicate that Hardsuit were simply not delivering what was promised, as well as stating they didn't see much point in developing single-player RPGs because you apparently can't support them with loads of DLC, they claim that they no longer have any interest in developing any more role-playing games in the immediate future, or much more likely, ever again. Paradox's new CEO even stated that if Bloodlines 3 was ever going to be considered, they'd simply license the IP to whoever wants it and step back from any active development or publishing, which is great to hear because they clearly have absolutely no clue what they are doing. In my humble opinion. And in your humble opinion, do let me know what other blood-draining stories from the video game or movie industries you'd like to see in the future, either in the comments below or over on the rainy streets of my social media. See you next time, and thanks for watching!
Today we're cooking every animal's ribeye. From massive wild game tomahawks
Why does that taste good?
to some truly stomach-turning ribeyes barely considered edible.
Nope.
We've assembled the most exotic ribeyes on earth to find out which ones deserve a place at the dinner table
I almost just threw up.
and others that must be banned from the world of food forever. Believe it or not, we're starting out with raccoon ribeye. I have to say, I had no idea raccoons were even edible. I'm scared. Damn it. We've eaten some weird stuff on this channel. There's just something about raccoon. Oh, the fat is so white. Oh, it's covered in hairs. Kyle, come here. Just shut your eyes and just sniff deeply.
Ooh, baby, smells like roadkill.
So I believe the piece they sent me is more like the whole raccoon. Like this to me looks like the backstrap area. I think these are the hind legs. Save this one for Kyle.
Save what for Kyle?
So what we're gonna do here is try to specifically access just the ribeye. One leg gone. Ooh, another leg gone. Wow, guys, I think I actually located it. It's a little miniature raccoon ribeye. It's literally the same size as a quarter. It even has the exact same anatomy as a regular beef ribeye with the cap, the fat knob, as well as the eye. This little raccoon ribeye is also only 9 grams. It's literally 50 times smaller than this steak right here. But keep in mind that as the video progresses, the ribeyes will get bigger and crazier until we end on literally the most insane recipe I've ever attempted. Now today we'll be cooking each ribeye 2 ways. The first is a control that'll be cooking like a normal beef ribeye. Seasoning with salt and pepper, searing in a pan, then butter basting until medium rare perfection. Yes, this right here is a medium rare raccoon ribeye, but these controls will allow us to accurately compare the differences between each animal's ribeye. Okay, now for our non-control of each exotic ribeye, we have one primary goal. As you guys know, we've cooked many exotic animals in the past, and the reality is they typically don't taste good.
It's like a barn smell.
Where are you going, Kyle? So today's mission is simple. Can we make them taste good? Starting with chicken fried raccoon. Just like any good chicken fried raccoon recipe, we'll start by just gently pounding it out. This thickness here should be perfect. And let's assemble our brine. Buttermilk should really help with juiciness and tenderness. 1 egg and some hot sauce for a kick. And in with the raccoon ribeye. Okay, we've let our raccoon brine for 3 hours. Time to fry. Into the dredge of flour and cornstarch, just packing it in for texture. And we'll fry until golden brown perfection. I mean, you can't tell me that's not the best looking chicken fried raccoon you've ever seen. Topped with some classic gravy and sides, it's time we give raccoon ribeye a shot. All right, guys, I hope you are ready to eat some very exotic ribeyes. We are starting out with a raccoon control. Obviously, some of these are not gonna taste good. Our main goal today is, can we make them edible? Let's start with the control.
Got a hair or something on there.
Not great, but am I allowed to say that that wasn't that bad?
I agree.
It kind of reminds me of veal. Ooh, that aftertaste though.
Why do I kind of like it?
But I think we can agree that we wouldn't choose this. The question is, can we make it actually edible and actually good? Let's taste the non-control. That tastes exactly like chicken thighs.
Why does that taste good?
I can't believe that's not like fried chicken or something. It genuinely, that crispy outside, the gravy on top, it kind of all ties together. Even that little funk that you get meshes with all the other flavors.
If you told me that was fried chicken, I would 100% believe you. So the way we're gonna rank these is binary. Was our non-control good or bad? Let's vote. Thumbs up all around for the chicken fried raccoon. I'm stunned. Very strong start, but I'm a little concerned about what's coming next. Next up, coyote ribeye. I've had several experiences with coyote at this point. None of them have been good. That could kill somebody.
Dude, it tastes like a dirty sock.
Honestly, it doesn't smell terrible. That is one of the first times in my life I've opened up a crazy game meat and it didn't smell horrendous. It appears as though this is the entire ribeye loin. Taking a slice here, if you look close, there's what I believe here is the tail. We have the eye right in the middle, and then there's even that little cap or spinalis on the side. As always, for the control, I'll simply season with olive oil, salt, and black pepper. Into a pan to sear and butter baste. A tiny ribeye of this size cooks fast and is already done. We'll slice into it. Honestly, this does look exactly like a miniature beef ribeye. To be honest, guys, for a wild coyote, this is feeling a little on the rare side. Would you eat this right now? Let's not tell Kyle about this.
Not tell Kyle about what?
Don't worry about it. Now for our non-control, I have a plan that I honestly think could actually make this coyote ribeye taste good. Yes, it is time for an advanced Coyote Wellington, and it starts by soaking the coyote in salt water. Okay, it's been 2 hours in the salt water. Let's see how it looks. The color of the water has really darkened up. I'm hoping that's from any of the off flavors and blood that's kind of soaked out of the meat itself, but only time will tell. Now I'm actually gonna double these coyote ribeye loins up for a more substantial Wellington, tying them off for a nice even shape. And we'll season with salt and pepper. From here, let's get it on the cold smoker. This step might seem extra. I mean, it's certainly not typically done with a beef Wellington, but I figure hitting this coyote with intense cold smoke at this stage will go a long way in neutralizing any off flavors. Remember, the goal is to try and make each exotic ribeye actually taste good, so we're going all out. After 2 hours of cold smoke, the coyote is still sitting at room temp. It hasn't been cooked at all, which is perfect. Okay, it definitely has a very strong smoky flavor. I kind of feel like the cold smoking brought out the smells and the flavor of the coyote, which is not exactly a good thing. That was me, Sophia. No other choice but to push ahead with a nice layer of prosciutto. Now we'll add our flavorful duxelles, patting that in evenly and on with our cold smoked coyote. Now we just wrap up our present nice and tight, cinching off the edges for a perfectly cylindrical shape. Onto the puff pastry, followed by a final roll, sealing it off with some egg wash. In my opinion, presentation is nearly as important as taste, so throwing on a puff pastry lattice to finish off this Coyote Wellington, studding with some rosemary leaves for color and some flaky salt. And we'll get it in the oven. And there she is. What you're looking at is what I can only hope is the world's first and last cold smoked Coyote Wellington. Is it on the rare side? Yes, it absolutely is, but with a red wine reduction over the top combined with all the effort we put in, I'm actually feeling optimistic. This one might be a rough one. Let's start with our Control Coyote. It is the ribeye though, so it's the most premium cut on a somewhat less premium animal. Oh, ooh. People always write in the comments like, oh, gamey isn't bad. Gamey's bad, man. It just tastes like the wild.
I just got like dirty gym socks in my mouth.
Cold smoked Coyote Wellington. A lot of smokiness.
The smokiness brings out the dirty socks.
Tastes like a hot dog, an old hot dog.
Ooh, dude, I almost just threw up.
I have nothing else to say besides that I'm sorry. Nothing can be done to coyote to make it taste good.
That's a question though. Has anyone made this here coyote taste good?
Yeah, let us know. We've made it to Bobcat. They might be cute, but I'm telling you, these things are as gamey as it gets. I'm just kidding, Bob. We would never cook you. This next animal's ribeye is going to take a lot of work to taste good. You're looking at a guy who has eaten his fair share of questionable game meats, but I'm telling you, Bobcat is a rough one.
Ammonia, but like
Beefy.
And it's like a peak. Let's see how the ribeye compares. Literally the hairs on the back of my neck are just straight up right now. Oh, it has this very strange looking yellowish fat, but I'm excited to see that we do have a nice little ribeye cap, that distinctive knob of fat, and of course the eye of the ribeye. If you look extra close, there's even a little hair on there for Kyle. As usual, keeping the control simple with just salt and pepper. But here's the thing, I've had Bobcat in the past and I can tell you with 99% certainty that this will be a rough one, so we'll have to go really above and beyond with the non-control. Now for the non-control, we're of course making barbacoa. Well, barbacoa, aka Bobcat barbacoa, may not be authentic. It is packed with super intense flavors, and I'm confident that if anything can make Bobcat taste good, it's the sauce we're about to make. Of course, we have our barbacoa braising liquid. Wow, that is just the most intense and complex flavor profile ever. We'll add this to our seared Bobcat ribeyes, finishing with some additional spices, and covering with some beef broth as well as bay leaves. And we'll let this braise to finish cooking. And just like that, it should be good to go. It's been about 3 hours and the sauce has reduced substantially, but smells amazing. And the meat itself has this surprisingly nice pullable texture. To assemble our barbacoa taco, we'll pile on the saucy meat and keeping it simple with onion, cilantro, and lime. And at least visually, this actually looks very tasty. All right, guys, bobcat ribeye. Looks like pork.
Tastes just like pork.
What kind of pork have you been tasting? Swallow that and tell me it tastes like pork.
I think it's pretty good, I'm serious.
And truthfully, like the first couple bites aren't terrible, and then you get this weird twang. This is a common theme, the previous one too. You take the first couple bites, yeah, yummy, ooh, yay. No. It's almost like rotten seafood.
What actually matters here is the non-control. Can we make bobcat genuinely taste good? I know Kyle somehow thinks it tastes okay.
That's great.
Significantly better than the control. I mean, it's got that spiciness, still a bit of a dry texture somehow, even though it's covered in sauce. That's gonna be on the line for me.
I love the sauce on it. If you don't chew too much, honestly, it's better.
Time to vote. Did we make bobcat taste good?
Yeah.
No way.
Would I want to eat that again? Maybe not, but it wasn't bad.
This was palatable.
I respect it. This is one I am quite possibly most excited about. It's time for alpaca. And what we have here is a whole alpaca rib roast. We finally reached a reasonably sized animal, and despite essentially zero marbling, it's very clear visually that this is a ribeye. Treating the control just like we have the previous, alpaca is an animal I don't have much experience eating, but based on how it looks and smells so far, I feel like it actually has a decent chance. I mean, it looks super juicy. For our On control, we have something right up my alley, but with a major twist. What we're making is not your average alpaca ribeye jerky, and you're about to see why. But we'll start by seasoning our slices with salt. It's been marinating for a few hours, time to dehydrate. What we're making is a unique dish from Peru, home of the alpacas, called Oyuquito con charqui. It's essentially an alpaca jerky survival stew, and the process is shocking to say the least. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And just like that, our 12 hours are up. Let's see what we got. I'm not gonna say it looks appetizing at this point, but we need to trust the process. Okay, so this is where things start to get a little weird. This is as counterintuitive as it gets, but after dehydrating overnight, we're now going to rehydrate it. Yes, our dehydrated jerky is being immediately put back into water. Yes, this is a real recipe I'm following. And let's assemble this dish. In the meantime, we'll remove our rehydrated jerky. As you can see, it's now very soft and pliable, and we'll just chop it up. Almost has this shreddable, kind of weirdly soft texture at this point, but it is still fully cooked from the dehydration process. Sort of like soggy bacon. Now we'll go in with the garlic, a bit of cumin. Next, this delicious looking Peruvian chili paste that will gently cook down. It smells unreal. In with the rehydrated and chopped alpaca ribeye jerky, letting those flavors combine. For what is essentially a beef jerky stir fry, this actually looks and smells amazing. Next, we go in with the potato slices. Once those potatoes cook through, it's time to plate. Honestly, once we threw the jerky back in the water, I thought this recipe would be a guaranteed fail. Needless to say, I cannot believe how appetizing this ended up looking.
Dude, what is going on with your haircut?
Got an alpaca haircut.
Where'd you even get an alpaca haircut?
I got a guy.
Welcome to Kyle's Cuts. What can I do for you today?
Let's see here. Definitely not. I'll go with this.
I got you, fam.
Just do me right. I got a big date tonight.
Whoops.
What?
Nothing.
Let's hurry up here.
All right.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh.
So what do you think?
My man.
Ah, right. That guy's good. I've heard good things.
And let's taste this Control Alpaca.
Nope.
I want you all to experience it because it's really unique. It's just, ooh, it's intense.
It's like rotten grass mixed with soggy manure.
Let's check on this. I actually have very high hopes. There's some crazy flavor in here. I mean, it started as jerky. It looks incredible now. Speaking of jerky, if you haven't tried Max Jerky yet, please also take now as a sign to do so. Okay, so it's taken my hair 2 full months to finally grow back, but it's officially Black Friday and I have a huge announcement. From right now through the end of 2025, we're giving a 40% discount, our biggest sale ever. I genuinely believe Max Jerky is the best tasting jerky on the market. I mean, just check out that slab of Texas barbecue. Your support is the reason we're able to make super fun videos just like this, so head on over to maxjerky.com, use code HOLIDAY40 for a massive 40% discount.
That's great.
Incredible.
No way.
It's almost like crispy bacon in there. It's still chewy, but it tastes like a stir fry with bacon in it.
That is fantastic.
It's like a South American curry almost. There's zero weirdness, zero gaminess.
I mean, that Control was absolutely horrendous, but somehow in dehydrated, then rehydrated, then stir-fried form, Alpaca is a winner. I mean, it's pretty clear. That dish right there is banging. Yeah, let's put on my haircut, okay.
Sophia doesn't understand
Well, she doesn't understand men's haircuts.
men's modern haircuts, and that is it.
Next up, it's lamb ribeye, but genuinely, this is the rarest lamb I've ever worked with. This is the exclusive Margra Australian lamb. It's a product I've only ever heard rumors about, and it's bred to have the lowest fat melting point on planet Earth. With similar anatomy as a beef ribeye, you may not know this, but lamb chops are really just bone-in tomahawk lamb ribeyes. Given how rare this rack of lamb is, we're just gonna cook the Control whole as one single piece, which I know is slightly different than how we did the previous ribeyes, but I just feel like this one deserves some special treatment. I mean, it even just looks picture perfect. Now for our non-Control, we're gonna attempt something I've never tried when it comes to lamb. What I'm attempting is a smoked then deep fried rack of lamb. Needless to say, I've never deep fried a rack of lamb, and I really don't want to mess this one up, but some things must be attempted in the name of lamb ribeye science. After 45 minutes on the smoker, it's about halfway cooked, and finally, it's time to fry. Only took about 10 minutes and our deep fried rack of lamb is ready. Just check out that color. Finishing here with a honey mustard balsamic glaze, topped with a variety of crispy fried herbs. It's finally time to taste what many call the world's best lamb. Okay, this one is gonna be a little bit skewed because our lamb today is genuinely some of the best in the entire world. I am excited for you guys to try it though.
That's a really good lamb chop.
Just zero gaminess.
It does have a little bit more of a chew, but it's really good.
Let's move on to our non-Control.
That's the best lamb I've ever had.
Those fried herbs, the sauce, that fat.
The outside has the best crust ever because it's deep fried. Usually you don't get that on a lamb rack. It's like a perfectly seared steak.
Insanely good. Truly out of control. Next up, we have what might just be our most unique ribeye of the day. Yes, this right here is a 14-day dry-aged bone-in tomahawk halibut ribeye. Talk about a stunning piece of fish with those exposed bones coming off the vertebrae. Even though it is fish, the top loin of meat attached is actually the ribeye, making this a perfect comparison for this video. Okay, honestly, I have no idea if I'm actually gonna be able to slice through this vertebrae, but let's see if we can take off a nice halibut tomahawk. Trying to go through, oh man. Oh wow, I think I actually got through it. No way. Oh wow, that was way easier than I was expecting. That is just absolutely stunning. A perfect bone-in, dry-aged halibut tomahawk. Still smells incredibly fresh, even though it's been dry aged. Keeping the control simple as usual with just oil, salt, and pepper, and making sure to cook it super rare. Especially given that it's dry aged, I really want to make sure it stays nice and juicy. Now for the non-control, we're taking inspiration from my all-time favorite fish dish. It's time for the one and only miso black cod in halibut tomahawk form. Topping our bone-in halibut with this miso-based marinade. It's quite simple with only a few ingredients, but leads to some of the best tasting fish you'll ever have. And will marinate overnight. And just like that, time to grill. Okay, there is some sugar on this marinade, so want to avoid any burning. This actually seems to be going well. Now, painting on some of that extra marinade to really caramelize, this looks perfect. Topping with a nice dollop of miso butter to let it melt into the fish. Let's see if it tastes as good as it looks.
Dude, that's sick. I've never seen a fish ribeye, or like a tomahawk.
Very epic. Let's start by tasting our Control dry-aged bone-in halibut tomahawk.
Try saying that 10 times fast.
To me, it's good, not great. Like, it is a little bit dry, but I've always felt that way about halibut. So different than like Chilean sea bass or salmon that's a lot more rich. This is a very lean fish.
I do like the flavor of the fish itself, but it is a little dry.
And I've even had this at like Michelin-starred restaurants, just not that juicy. Let's move on to our non-control.
Halibut is halibussin.
That is halibussin.
That has that X factor that makes it way better.
Significantly better. That sweet miso caramelization, and that butter just takes it over the top.
The way that the flavors cooked over that grill truly made this so good. And it was so juicy.
I think it was all that butter. As my friend Guga always says, more butter, more better.
More butter, more better.
Unanimous. We've made it to the one and only zebra. Believe it or not, zebra's a protein we've tried several times on this channel with some very mixed reviews. I love it.
I would say no.
This zebra ribeye has a nice looking cap, but it is just extremely lean and the meat feels very weirdly soft. Cooking this Control just like a normal steak, and if I remember correctly, the first time I tried zebra, I absolutely loved it. It reminded me of very high quality pork, so I'm very interested to see how this zebra ribeye compares. And for our non-control, there's only one appropriate dish for this one, the Zilly cheesesteak. Like any good Zilly cheesesteak, it starts with some nice thin slices of ribeye. Time to cook, and the key to an authentic Zilly cheesesteak is extremely high heat. We want to get some good color before completely overcooking the inside.
Epa! Oh, Kyle, jeez, careful. My color.
It's getting crazy in the kitchen. That's the color we're looking for, though. Just love the ventilation system, too. Now in with the onions, getting all that combined, seasoning with salt and pepper, and finishing with some provolone, just melting that all in there. We'll slap it on some bread with some more melted cheese over the top. It is finally time to taste. What are you doing?
Eating some blues.
Oh, not the time.
Always time to eat blueberries.
No, it's time to eat zebra. Starting off with our Control zebra, let's see how the ribeye is. Definitely got a chew to it, but the flavor is pretty good. It has that like nutty, almost pork flavor.
I don't mind this. Mine is so tender. It tastes like what I imagine acorns taste like.
I don't know, the more I chew though, it does have a bit of like a livery aftertaste.
With all of these, there's something about that aftertaste.
And it's fairly consistent across the board. All that said, let's see how our Zilly cheesesteak is. Quite possibly the first and last Zilly cheesesteak on planet Earth.
Perfect Zilly cheesesteak.
Honestly, that little like twangy nuttiness adds to the cheesiness and the onions and the whole sandwich situation. I would genuinely finish this whole thing.
I'm going to. Might have been our best of the day. We've made it to an extremely cool one. This is elk. Elk might just be the most majestic creatures on Earth and are absolutely prized by hunters. This rack is essentially a bunch of bone-in tomahawk elk ribeyes, all connected. Again, with that distinctive cap and eye of the ribeye. As always, keeping the Control simple. This one's tried and true and cooked to medium rare. I'm very confident it'll be a winner. Now for our non-control, we're gonna try something that I've always wanted to do with a game meat. We'll start by seasoning heavily to dry brine. We want all that salt to penetrate because the next step involves covering in a bunch of liquid and what will end up being a nearly 5-day soak job. Now to go with those wild elk flavors, next up we have some pure maple syrup. And yes, we are completely covering the elk. And of course, we'll also need some bourbon. A maple bourbon flavor profile on game meat just sounds like a major winner in my head. Based on my past experiences soaking steaks in honey, this one just has to be good. And I'll see you guys in about a week. All right, guys, not exactly sure what to expect, but either way, our 5 days are up. Don't want it to be too sweet, so from here, I'm just removing as much of that excess maple as possible. I mean, this thing is just so much more firm to the touch. It's almost like it has a dry-aged pellicle exterior, and it is just way darker in color. Now, to hopefully counteract some of the sweetness, I'm gonna hit it with a little sort of spicy Cajun rub. Should also give it a nice pop of color. And we'll get it on the smoker. We've reached 135 Fahrenheit internal, and this is what it looks like. I'm not exactly sure what to think of this. Honestly, it doesn't look particularly juicy, and there's a weird outer pellicle going on, but what matters most is how it tastes. Quite possibly the king of game meats. Time for elk.
Oh,
Nope.
It started off very beefy, very juicy, the first half of the bite. The second half, I'm getting a lot of liver.
dude, that was disgusting.
Why was that one so bad? I typically love elk. It might have to do with how it was harvested, something, because that was not good.
I guess also to mention the texture was really like fine, mushy, but spongy.
It was very, very irony.
It was like metal in my mouth.
Well, let's see if a 5-day maple bourbon soak has made it any better.
Nope, 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 nope.
It's somehow worse.
That is so bad.
Somehow our elk went from tasting bloody to tasting fishy. I think it went bad.
I mean, I'm getting no maple syrup, no bourbon, which is very sad because elk is typically delicious. But for some reason today, it was a huge letdown. Probably because we got it from that weird exotic meat dealer.
Got everything you need.
That guy's creepy. Guess we have to vote. A shockingly disappointing result. We gotta keep it real around here. This next one's a crazy one. It's time for water buffalo. And just check out the color and marbling on this ribeye. I mean, if you told me this was prime grade beef, I would have believed you. All the control needs is some salt and black pepper. I can't speak for the taste, but slicing into it, it really does just look so insanely similar to a nice beef ribeye. Now for our non-control, it's time to get buttery. We'll need not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 sticks. Because yes, the plan for this non-control is to confit completely covered in some herbaceous butter. Keeping the heat low to slowly bring up the temp, I'm hoping this will lead to buttery richness that you don't always get with more exotic animals like this water buffalo. Finishing with a quick sear on our confit water buffalo ribeye. Yes, we're going heavy on the butter, but just check out that color. I don't want to speak too soon, but I have extremely high hopes for this one. All right, guys, water buffalo control ribeye. We've had regular buffalo before and it was exquisite, so hopes are high.
Nope.
I don't mind the flavor.
Once again, the first half of the bite was extremely beefy, extremely juicy. Second half, honestly, gross.
There's some flavor in there that's really off-putting.
It's giving pond scum.
I'm so confused though, because the regular buffalo a few videos back was one of the best things I've ever had. I guess since it's a water buffalo, it might be like marinating in the pond scum. Okay, well, this one over here was cooked completely differently, just absolutely baptized in butter. It must be better. It's not better. Oh, it might even be worse.
I disagree. I think the flavor on this one is better.
I don't know, man. It is so overpowering.
This tastes like the fish tank I neglected when I was in middle school.
I'm not gonna say I liked this one. I just thought it was better than that one.
Was that good? Not was it better, was it good? Water buffalo, it's a no-go.
I'm impressed though. I think you still made it better.
All right, you know what? Fine. If you like it so much, here you go, Kyle. Say We've made it to bison, quite possibly our most beautiful looking ribeye of the day. Bison are the largest land animals in North America, weighing up to 2,200 pounds, and they can somehow run 40 miles per hour. They're usually lean, but the marbling on this ribeye looks surprisingly very good. I have to say, our control bison looks very similar to a regular beef ribeye. I did say that with the last one, and it was a massive letdown in terms of taste, so I'm very interested to see how this one compares. For the non-control, it's time for what I believe is the world's most underrated sandwich, banh mi. A bison banh mi, if you will. Banh mi's are a Vietnamese specialty that are typically made with pork, but I have a feeling this flavor combination will literally work with anything. We'll get this grilled over charcoal to get a nice crust on this bison ribeye, but banh mi is so much more than just the meat. And let's assemble our bison banh mi. Some warm, fresh bread, keeping it authentic with some pate that almost acts as a sauce topped with some mayo. Those slices of medium rare bison, cucumber, Vietnamese pickles and green onions, some cilantro and chilies, finished with Maggi sauce over the top. It's fresh and insanely flavorful. Time to taste. Time for bison.
Dude, it tastes like lamb.
Just a super strong flavor, but in a good way.
I thought it would be too tough, but the texture's actually okay and it's very juicy too.
This is what I wish all the other game meats today tasted like, because it does have that slight funky gaminess, but it's not overpowering. All right, bison banh mi.
Wow.
That one's good.
I'm usually kind of weirded out by the pate, but this just worked so well. All those pickled flavors coming together, exquisite.
Great sandwich. I think with the bison, it complements the sandwich in a good way.
I love pate, and with that bison and the pickled vegetables, there was just so many contrasting textures, and it came together so well.
A clear winner. We've made it to camel ribeye. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on here, but this thing is still completely raw, but it's like ridiculously juicy. It's like a sponge steak. We still have a small cap with the eye, but I just can't get over the strange looking sponge-like pores going on in there. Very mixed reviews on camel in the past, but if there's one cut that should taste good, it's the ribeye. Great crust on this control with a perfect looking interior. Maybe it does actually have a chance. For our non-control, we are gonna try making something that I am nearly positive has never been made before. First thing we'll do is slice up some of this camel ribeye. I have to say, this particular piece, I mean, check out the marbling on that. That looks like some super high quality pork or something. Time to grind. Yes, it is time for a homemade camel corn dog. We've made homemade hot dogs in the past, and it all starts with a fine grind just like this. From here, we add in a homemade hot dog spice blend, which does include some pink curing salt for an authentic flavor and texture. And we mix with some cold water. And we've officially reached protein extraction. What it means is that it's only time for one thing. If you guessed the Meatmaster 5000, you are correct. All that's left to do is load up the Meatmaster 5000 hopper with the ground camel ribeye. We'll get it locked and loaded and add on the casing. Okay, it is finally time to stuff these dogs. But you guys wanna know something crazy? 70% of you are not subscribed, so I have a deal. On the count of 3, you guys subscribe, I'm gonna stuff the meat. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hold it down, Kyle. They're all subscribing right now, it's crazy. All right, come on. Oh, they're all subscribing. We got so many subscribers. Oh my Lanta, look at all these subscribers. That's a significantly longer camel dog than I was expecting. That is what I call a log of dog. Seriously, look at that thing. From here, we twist off the camel dogs. We want a good-sized final product, so this should be perfect. Onto a tray, and we'll let these cure in the fridge for a couple days. Okay, we've let these bad boys cure for a full weekend. Let's get them on the smoker. And finally, our camel dogs should be done. They've picked up some beautiful color from the smoke and curing salt. And that right there is one picture perfect looking dog. Now I'm hoping I'll be able to easily remove the casing. Definitely takes a little bit of work, but it's looking pretty good. Of course, we gotta check the butt. Not bad. And we finally assemble the camel corn dog. With the skewer in, all it takes is a dip in the corn dog mixture, getting all sides completely coated in a nice, even, but relatively thin layer. And let's fry. It shouldn't take long, only about 5 minutes to cook through, and that is the golden brown color we want to see. Will it taste good? Honestly, I have no idea, but one thing I can tell you for sure is that we absolutely gave this particular dish our best shot. Should camel corn dogs be sold in carnivals around the world? Let's find out. We have made it to camel ribeye. Camel is one of those that is very hit or miss.
No.
I think it's great.
No.
Really?
No. Irony, twangy.
No.
It tastes like a cow that's seen some stuff.
The meat itself actually was pretty good. Fat was a little bit weird, but I'm actually pretty impressed. I feel like in a corn dog, it would be so good.
Well,
Oh my God.
what do you know? You can start with the bite. I mean, fire.
I don't think I've had corn dog in like 20 years. That's an incredible corn dog.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, the dog itself, kind of a weird texture.
It was like really firm. I feel like it was just old.
You still enjoyed it, right?
I would still eat that corn dog.
Yes. I mean, that right there just proves the whole point of this video. When cooked correctly or cooked in a way that sort of elevates the flavor, pretty much any type of meat can taste good. That was a killer dog.
A camel dog.
Thank you all so much for sticking around. If you're still watching, please make sure you're subscribed. We appreciate the support. Don't forget to take advantage of our 40% Black Friday discount, and we'll see you next time.
Pokemon which give up multiple prize cards when knocked out have existed in the TCG for over 2 decades. Back when the mechanic was new, the power level gap between EX and non-EX Pokemon was much smaller, and it seemed like the designers of the game weren't sure how powerful these new multi-prize Pokemon should be. As a result, the power level Pokemon EX in the Ruby and Sapphire block varied greatly, with both incredible and absolutely awful cards seen print. And starting off at number 10, we have Claydol EX, a card with a very interesting story around it. Once per turn, the Type Shift Pokepower lets you change this Pokemon's type to Fighting. For 2 colorless energy, Psychic Boom deals 20 damage, plus 10 more for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. Lastly, for 2 Psychic and 1 colorless energy, Shadow Crash dealt 60 damage and give you a choice to discard 1 energy attached to Claydol EX. If you did, you could discard 1 energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. As both a Psychic and Fighting type Pokemon, Claydol EX could deal double damage by hitting for weakness against a variety of popular Pokemon. Popular cards like Absol EX, Dark Tyranitar, Gardevoir EX, and Manectric EX were all hit super effectively by the dual typing of Psychic and Fighting. Pair this with 2 decent attacks in Psychic Boom and Shadow Crush, and many people saw Claydol EX as having competitive potential. When this card first released in the final set of Ruby and Sapphire block, allegedly, some high-level players saw these positive attributes and hyped up the card on an old forum board as a joke. Despite all Claydol EX's positive aspects, the card was not good. Psychic Boom and Shadow Crush could be good attacks, but most of the time would be below rate. The format at the time this card's release revolved around either Stage 1 decks filled with utility and efficient attackers, or Stage 2 evolution decks with high damage output, like both versions of Flygon EX or Empoleon. Compared to other Stage 1 decks, Claydol was too slow and inefficient. 3 energy for Shadow Crush's 60 damage and an energy discard wasn't viable into fast attackers like Rayquaza EX and Banette EX, and Psychic Crush's damage was often outpaced by these same cards. Into slower decks, the damage output fell behind attacks like Flygon EX's Psychic Pulse, and energy discard didn't matter in the face of support of Flygon, which quickly reattached any missing energy. In spite of these problems though, people did actually experiment with Claydol EX at competitive events because of the high-level players' joking commentary about the card's strength. But this usage faded away the moment players ended events with it and realized its shortcomings. With slightly better attacks to take better advantage of the phenomenal dual type provided by Type Shift, Claydol EX might have been a decent anti-meta deck. Unfortunately though, its attacks just weren't better than the competition. And now the card's only notable points are how it was used by 2007's best players as a joke. And at number 9, we have Tyranitar EX, one of the few cards in the Pokemon TCG's history to put special counters on cards. This card's unique gimmick revolves around the Electromark attack. For 1 electric and 1 colorless energy, Electromark puts a Shockwave marker on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Then for 2 electric and 1 colorless energy, the Shockwave attack lets you knock out any Pokemon with a Shockwave counter on it. This card also had a more normal attack. For 1 electric and 2 colorless energy, Hyper Claws dealt 70 damage plus 20 more if the defending Pokemon was a stage 2. The number one glaring issue with this card is how gimmicky the Shockwave counters are. On paper, the attack functions as a high damaging snipe attack similar to the previously meta-defining Blaziken EX, but with 2 turns as setup instead of energy discard. When put in those terms, Shockwave's fun counter gimmick just feels like any other attack that 2-hit KOs Pokemon. In fact, the gimmick of placing counters and then knocking out a Pokemon is actually worse than many other bench sniping attacks because it matched up so poorly into single prize or a low HP Pokemon. Compared, once again, to Blaziken EX, over 2 turns, repeated Volcanic Ash attacks could take out 2 widely played utility Pokemon, like Pidgeot or Magcargo, whereas it would take 4 turns for Shockwave to do the same. Shockwave does have advantages over Volcanic Ash, in that the attack doesn't require a consistent supply of energy acceleration. But its inability to KO single prize bench utility Pokemon really harmed Tyranitar EX's viability as a bench attacking Pokemon. If you want to use Shockwave to knock out your opponent's active Pokemon, the attack looks even worse. Why set up a functional 2-hit KO with gimmicky counters when you can do so using damage counters? Hyper Claws is a decent attack capable of knocking out most Pokemon in the game, excluding any electric type resistances. Dealing 90 damage to a stage 2 Pokemon for 3 energy was an efficient rate at the time, and when given the choice between setting up Shockwave counters or damage counters, you'd almost always prefer the damage. When a card's most interesting aspect is outright worse than its generic attack, what else can you call it but a failed design? Luckily for Tyranitar, its generic attack does save it from being further down the list. And at number 8, we have Altaria EX. This stage 1 Pokemon has a combination of decent ability and attacks. While in the active spot, the Mist Pokebody lowered all damage dealt to this Pokemon from your opponent's stage 2 Pokemon by 30. For 1 colorless energy, Dive dealt 20 damage. Lastly, for 1 water, 1 electric, and 1 colorless energy, Dragon Mist dealt 70 damage and ignored all effects of your opponent's active Pokemon. By modern standards, Mist's 30 damage reduction may not seem like much, but when this card was released, attacks were far weaker. As an example, a lower damage output stage 2 Pokemon like Politoed EX or Metagross would have some issues dealing meaningful damage to it. Sadly, for Altaria EX, that's where the positives of this card end. The most glaring issue with this card is actually its ability to survive powerful attacks, despite its Pokebody. 100 HP was the lowest amount any Stage 1 Pokemon EX had during this time in the TCG, often given to cards with powerful utility or attacks, like Manectric EX or Jolteon EX. These more damage-centric cards don't mind having lower HP, since the decks built around them focus on being more aggressive and taking KOs. For a more defensive card like Altaria EX, however, the low HP means it can't actually fulfill its role of matching it well into Stage 2 Pokemon. Some decks like Delta Metagross could just deal over 130 damage with a single attack, while other Stage 2 strategies such as Dark Dragonite had to access non-Stage 2 attackers. Mist also got disabled by the widely played Battle Frontier. Granted, it wasn't commonly played in Stage 2 decks. Not to mention, all of these decks didn't have to urgently one-hit KO Altaria EX because its damage output was so low. Dive dealing 20 damage for 1 energy was fine. At the very least, it gave you something to do while building up to Dragon Mist. The problem is Dragon Mist isn't anything special. Dealing 70 damage for 3 energy was just okay, and there weren't many effects around for the attack's upside to ignore. When all of the not so great abilities come together on a single card, you get a Pokemon EX that's not worth playing over any other. And at number 7, we have Flygon EX, the third EX card printed for Flygon. This card's Pokebody gives it a more defensive playstyle than the other two. This Psychic Protector Pokebody allows you to discard up to 4 cards from your hand whenever this Pokemon is attacked, and then reduce the damage of that attack by 10 for each card discarded. Also, for 3 colorless energy, Slashing Strike deals 70 damage and flips a coin. If tails, you can't use Slashing Strike during your next turn. The weakness of this Flygon EX are extremely apparent when you compare the card to its two predecessors. Slashing Strike is laughably bad for a Stage 2 Pokemon EX and comes nowhere close to the power of Psychic Pulse's 80 base damage plus damage counter spread, or Reactive Blast and Dragon Claw's damage. Despite its weak damage, Slashing Strike also has the potential downside of being unusable during your next turn, making this Flygon EX one of the worst EX Pokemon for actually dealing damage. Psychic Protector is what's meant to make this card stand out from the rest of the EX Flygons. When combined with its massive 150 HP and 2 resistances, some decks may struggle to knock out its setup Flygon EX, as long as the player can maintain a large hand size. Keeping enough cards to discard long term was a serious problem though. Unlike the modern TCG where card draw is abundant and players can easily refill an empty hand, the best option for generic Card Advantage were TV Reporter and Holon Adventurer, 2 cards that couldn't offset the maximum discard of 4 cards to Psychic Protector, and more conditional cards like Steven's Advice and Holon Scientist. There were also few ways to reuse any card you discarded for Psychic Protector in the format, so you'd have to be careful not to discard any card which may be important later. Even if you want to build a deck around constantly refilling your hand to enable the 40 damage reduction every turn, it would often be overkill. The other 2 Flygon were both extremely difficult to KO, because they also had 150 HP, on top of being a far more threatening card due to their higher damage output. Psychic Barrier Flygon EX, by virtue of having such a terrible attack, gave opponents much more time to break through the high HP. Flygon EX is a card with a very interesting design, but ultimately falls short of actually being good. And at number 6, we have Gyarados EX, a high HP Stage 1 Pokemon with expensively high damage output. For 1 water and 1 colorless energy, Twister deals 40 damage and flips 2 coins. For each heads, you discard 1 energy attached to defending Pokemon, but the attack fails if you flip 2 tails. Second, for 2 water and 3 colorless energy, Dragon Rage deals 100 damage. This card released alongside the meta-defining Blastoise EX and was clearly intended to partner alongside it. Blastoise's energy range set up Dragon Rage's 5 energy cost easily, while Gyarados' high HP helped offset the damage counters from the Pokepower. While you were setting up Blastoise EX, you could even use Twister to deny energy from your opponent and slow down aggression. The biggest issue with this intended role is that Gyarados EX was frequently a redundant Pokemon. The role of high damaging water type was something Blastoise itself could fulfill with its Hyper Whirlpool attack, being only 20 damage less, and also having an energy discard effect. The format was a slow enough pace that you didn't need a card like Gyarados to deny energy in the early game, and were better off taking time to set up draw engines in Delcatty or Pidgeot. Even if you wanted access to a higher damage attack than Hyper Whirlpool, Gyarados EX was never the best option. Once Holon's Cast Form and Magneton were released, Blastoise decks could enable almost any attacker in the game. These Pokemon could be attached to a Pokemon by returning 1 energy from said Pokemon back to your hand, and while attached, provided 2 energy of any type. With flexible energy types at its disposal, Lugia and Steelix EX became its best partners for both one-shot potential and bench damage respectively. With such great competition, Gyarados EX had no way to stand out. There was no room for Gyarados EX to be its own standalone deck either. Twister's reliance on coin tosses kept it from being a consistent option. If you wanted to play an energy denial based control deck, Stantler and Minun, backed up by POW Hand Extension, Energy Removal 2, and Cetacean Crystal, were far better. For being outclassed in both roles the card tries to fill, Gyarados EX earns this spot on the list. And at number 5, we have Kabutops EX, a card that references 2 older Kabutops cards. For 1 colorless energy, Hydro Cutter lets you flip a coin for each energy attached to this Pokemon up to a maximum of 3 times. For each heads, the attack deals 40 damage. Also, for 2 fighting and 2 colorless energy, Spiral Drain deals 70 damage and removes 2 damage counters from Kabutops EX. While being a fossil Pokemon would usually be a death sentence for a card's viability on its own, due to how you can't search the trainer card fossils with usual setup options, that wasn't a problem during this specific era. The Ruby Sapphire sets had some of the best options for fossil Pokemon in the game's history, with Strange Cave, Alolan Fossil, and the Team Assembly Pokemon all helped cheat out multiple fossil Pokemon. That didn't save Kabutops EX though, with the card having multiple fundamental issues. This card released in the Sandstorm expansion, the second ever set to have Pokemon EX, so it's understandable Kabutops' power level missed the mark. Before going into depth on this card, it's worth noting that both the cards this Pokemon borrowed attacks from were completely unplayable, arguably being some of the worst Stage 2 Pokemon in the game. Hydro Cutter has the same pitfalls most bad Pokemon EX do, requiring a coin flip to deal a maximum of 120 damage with 3 energy. Spiral Drain makes Kabutops EX fairly tough to knock out by healing damage dealt to its huge 150 HP. But with such a high energy cost, you get outpaced and take too much damage before being able to retaliate, even when using double rainbow energy for acceleration. Another wrench gets thrown into the plan of being difficult to KO when you notice Kabutops EX actually has 2 different weaknesses, widening the amount of Pokemon that can comfortably deal with it. Kabutops EX doesn't have any attribute that makes you want to play it. Its attacks are too weak and don't point you in any direction when deck building. As a result, Kabutops EX is left as a bad attacker with nothing interesting going on about it. And speaking of bad and uninteresting Pokemon EX, at number 4 we have Tyranitar EX. This card was released through promotional packs given to game stores for hosting Pokemon events, and so it was made intentionally bad. For 1 colorless energy, Bite does 20 damage. Also for 2 fighting and 2 colorless energy, Critical Crunch dealt 80 damage if you discarded 2 basic energy from this Pokemon. Otherwise, the attack did nothing. Now, both of these attacks are outright terrible. 1 energy for 20 damage is pretty meaningless, as seen with Altaria EX, but that attack on a Stage 2 Pokemon is laughable. The only upside here is that Tyranitar EX's damage output can be increased with Special Darkness Energy to deal a whopping 30 damage for 1 energy. That's equal damage to Dark Tyranitar's Grind attack without any of the upside of an unlimited damage cap. It's also equivalent in damage to the real Tyranitar EX's Shatter attack. Putting these 2 EX Pokemon side by side paints a very sad picture for promo Tyranitar. For 4 energy, albeit with a more daunting cost requirement, the real Tyranitar EX's Losing Control attack deals an extra 40 damage and has a far more manageable downside. Discarding 2 basic energies for only 80 damage is extremely harsh, heavily preventing access to cards like Double Rainbow Energy, which may otherwise help alleviate high attack costs. Promo Tyranitar EX doesn't even have higher HP than its counterpart to make up for much worse attacks. There is genuinely no reason to use this card. Funnily enough, this card isn't even the only bad Pokemon EX to release as a promo for organized play. And at number 3, we have Armaldo EX, a card released in the same promo pack as Tyranitar EX, being equally bad. For 1 fighting and 1 colorless energy, Twin Blade deals 30 damage to each defending Pokemon. Also, for 2 fighting and 3 colorless energy, Supersonic Claws deals 80 damage and ignores the defending Pokemon's resistance. The most interesting part of this card is the wording on Twin Claws, specifically the fact that it damages each defending Pokemon. Under the normal rule set, both players can only have one active Pokemon. With the release of Ruby and Sapphire sets, there was also an alternate format that allowed for 2 active Pokemon to coincide with the release of the double battles in the video games. The rules were mostly identical, except each player played with 2 active Pokemon. Twin Claws seems to be designed with this double battle format in mind. In the regular rule set, 30 damage for 2 energy is terrible. In a hypothetical double battle format though, the attack gets a bit more value. Unfortunately, the doubles format is now defunct, and as far as I'm aware, wasn't really played, and so it doesn't matter for determining how good this card actually was. This card is not good whatsoever. In fact, the similarities to Tyranitar EX don't end at being in the same set. There's also a real Armaldo EX, perhaps released as an apology for the awfulness of the promos. With 2 superior attacks and a Pokebody that grants it a dual typing, Armaldo EX shows how bad this original promo card was. Somehow though, this isn't the worst promo EX to ever be released. And at number 2, we have Groudon and Kyogre EX. These 2 cards are so similar, it makes sense to talk about both at the same time. For 4 fighting energy, Groudon EX's Major Earthquake deals 80 damage. Then you discard 1 fighting energy and deal 10 damage to each of your bench Pokemon. For 4 water energy, Kyogre EX's Major Flood deals 60 damage. Then you discard 1 water energy attached to itself to deal 10 damage to each bench Pokemon. Kyogre EX is marginally better due to its synergy with Blastoise EX, but the card saw 0 competitive success. And both promos are equal levels of bad in a vacuum, so putting them together is reasonable. Both of these attacks have the same major flaw, that giant energy cost plus the downside of discarding energy to attack and damaging your own bench Pokemon. Outside of very niche cases, spreading damage across your whole board is never worthwhile, and is in effect usually reserved for high damage, low energy cost attacks. These attacks keep the theme of high damage, either doing 80 to the active or 60 to the active plus spread damage on your opponent's bench. But spending upwards of 4 turns attaching energy to do so is just too slow. The only upside to these cards over any other Pokemon EX was their HP of 120, which was actually the highest HP for any basic Pokemon at the time. Unfortunately, just having high HP on a basic isn't enough to secure any kind of competitive niche. If you ever played this card in a game, it would likely be a 100 HP wall that sits in your active spot and does nothing but take damage before getting knocked out. And lastly, at number 1, we have Chansey EX alongside all the other Haymaker Pokemon EX from the very first Ruby and Sapphire set. For those unaware, these cards are all based around iconic basic Pokemon from earlier in the game's history. Chansey EX is the most unique and outright bad out of these Pokemon EX, whereas the others follow the same general framework. For 2 colorless energy, Healing Egg removes 2 damage counters from all of your Pokemon except itself. Also, for 3 colorless energy, Double Edge deals 80 damage and 60 damage to Chansey itself. The other 4 cards all follow the same general framework of having a 1 energy cost attack, which deals a little damage, plus a second attack for a higher cost for more damage and a second effect, with both attacks being based on their original counterparts. With the exception to Mewtwo EX, none of these cards saw any kind of competitive usage or experimentation, and were a poor introduction to the Pokemon EX mechanic. Pokemon EX are supposed to be more powerful than a regular single prize Pokemon, except each of these callbacks to powerful basic Pokemon were worse than the originals in almost every way but HP. Many of their first attacks were either the same as the original cards, or nerfed compared to the original. None of these cards were good as Pokemon EX, with the changes to being 2 prized Pokemon having affected Chansey EX the most negatively. Originally, base set Chansey was extremely difficult to knock out. The lower damage output of the game's earliest format, facing up against Energy Denial, Scrunch's damage prevention, and Chansey's massive 120 HP made the card almost unkillable as a stall option. In the Ruby and Sapphire format, those same Energy Denial options no longer existed. Pokemon dealt more damage, and Chansey EX had no way to prevent damage to itself. The one way this card got buffed with its retrain is a reduction to the cost of Double Edge. Dealing 80 damage for 3 colorless energy with a basic Pokemon was a very good rate at the time. But the recoil damage was a significant issue. If you ever used Double Edge to KO a Pokemon like Gorbis, your 2 prized Pokemon's HP would get immediately reduced to KO range by most attacking Pokemon, giving your Pokemon an easy 2-for-1 prize trade. Even if your opponent didn't immediately take a KO, you would still have to heal your own Chansey EX somehow before it knocked itself out. It is extremely difficult to attack with this card and end up taking more prize cards than you give away by presenting an EX that often plays like it only has 60 HP, making it easily the worst Pokemon EX.
Accountability is something that we all must inevitably face at one point during our lives. Whether we hurt the feelings of a loved one or just straight up clog the toilet to unimaginable degrees, we simply just have to take a step back sometimes and say, sorry, my bad, I screwed up. And as simple as that might sound to a normal person watching this right now, unfortunately, as you might have already concluded from being on the internet, accountability is starting to become a rarity these days. But if we had some sort of a global competition on seeing who can avoid saying sorry the most consistently, then it would be content creators, especially ones who have a lot of followers and have built such an ego that they have become delusional. And unfortunately, we see many such cases more specifically in the VTubing community. Because today, we're talking about the VTuber by the name of ChaChaChilla, someone who tried to cancel another VTuber and her entire agency. And when she got called out, right, when she was proven wrong with receipts and proof, instead of saying sorry and taking a step back, she instead claimed that she was going to the hospital and she got community noted. And as ridiculous as this sounds, I wish that's where it ended, because people would uncover that this was her third rebrand from 2 past controversial lives, and after putting the pieces together would start to tell us about the other controversies she was involved in before even becoming ChaChaChilla. I mean, this whole thing was such a disaster that it ended up trending on Twitter. Guys, as this was happening, I could not believe my eyes. Not only was this crash out incredibly bad, but it involved a person that literally had zero self-awareness. I can't see this happening otherwise. The humiliation and embarrassment would be too much to handle for a normal person. So look, by now you know me. Once I see a catastrophe like this unfold before my eyes, I think to myself, man, I have to talk to you guys about this. So without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so this whole incident actually took place in Minecraft. You see, there were 2 VTubers that created a server. The first one was called Lucia, and the second one was called Orisa. The survival multiplayer server they would create, otherwise known as SMP, would be called Invasion Parasite. But it would have a twist. Other than just being an SMP, it was also an RP server, where people roleplayed different characters and made up different stories and scenarios, all meant to be in good fun. VTubers of very varying sizes and very varying audiences decided to join that server to have a good time together and get to meet new people. Some of these VTubers happened to be from the Sox agency, otherwise known as SVA, one of the few VTuber agencies that is actually still standing and works pretty damn well with its talents. The server took around 3 months to set up and would actually involve the work of multiple people. It would have multiple factions competing against one another while being invaded by mobs, and the event in its entirety would last 3 days. After the last day of the server, Lucia would tweet, "Invasion Parasite was a huge undertaking that I didn't fully grasp the intensity of." She'd say that it all started as a silly little idea between her and Orisa, all while thanking the people who helped her set it up, as well as talk about some of the issues that popped up that they were able to get through anyway. She mentioned how some people produced music, art, and stories in the server that she was blown away by and that she was very grateful. Overall, a pretty healthy conclusion, right? Well, this was tweeted on November 17th, 2025. On the same day, an hour earlier before Lucia made her tweet, ChaChaChilla would herself make a tweet saying, "I think it's weird that people will act like they're better than you and literally call you inferior to your face and then act like you're the problem." Now, of course, initially her community was concerned, like, what do you mean? Who called you inferior? Who could do that? Half an hour later, she would make yet another tweet, this time longer and specifying exactly what she meant, saying, "I wanted to take a moment to apologize for how I reacted on the last day of the SMP. I got genuinely frustrated and let that frustration turn into anger, and that wasn't fair to anyone. I'm sorry for the way I spoke. That said, I want to be honest about where that frustration came from, because I think it matters. From the start of the SMP, we agreed to hold off on griefing until day 3 so everyone could settle in, build, and actually enjoy the opening experience. When griefing started on days 1 and 2, it didn't just break the rules, it broke the spirit of what we were trying to create together. On top of that, hearing things like my team being inferior or that we deserved to die got under my skin more than I expected. I didn't handle that well, and I should have stepped back instead of blowing up. I'm not here to hold grudges though, I want to move forward and be better and not let my anger get the best of me no matter the circumstance. Alright, well, you read this and you think, okay, well maybe there was some miscommunication in the server, but overall, it's fine. She took a step back, she was like, I'm fine with it, not holding grudges, let's move on. Except that's not where things ended, right? She would then reply to this tweet and say, and I also want to be honest about something personal. Being called inferior hit me harder than I let on because I'm disabled. I deal with those kinds of assumptions in real life more often than people realize, and hearing it in a space that's supposed to be fun and welcoming cut a lot deeper. I don't expect everyone to tiptoe around me, but I do expect basic respect. For me, and for anyone else who might be carrying something you can't see, comments like that don't just stay in the game, they stick with you. And that's part of why I reacted the way I did. Alright, maybe that was a bit of a stretch. I mean, this is a roleplay server, right? This is just the word inferior here. But it's okay, we can just call that miscommunication, guys. It happens, it's not a big deal. If ChaChaChilla had just shut up and not done anything else, things would have been completely okay. Except she didn't, right? Of course she didn't. And the next day, she would start off an incident so massive that it would start trending on Twitter. On November 18th, 2025, ChaChaChilla would make this tweet, saying, I tried to talk to Flork about one of his talents having a habit of calling people inferior and how that can seem to disabled people. However, he blocked me and said not to bring up my personal issues with his talents. I believe calling somebody inferior is demeaning, as it's historically used context. AdFreeVT called us that. If you support Sock's VTuber agency aka SVA, this is what you're supporting. She would then link a clip of 3 seconds. Watch.
I literally almost died in the first 2 minutes.
Alright, so there's a lot happening in this clip, but near the end, right, what she's trying to highlight is AdFreeVT saying, you're inferior, we're just better. Just as a reminder, right, we're in Minecraft, they're role-playing, and it does involve player versus player fighting. Alright, that's just all I'll say before we continue, alright? Now, she would refer to someone called Flork, and that would actually be the CEO of Sock's agency, of SVA. So she was out here trying to cancel one of his talents for calling her inferior while calling him out directly, saying that he wasn't doing anything about this. Now look, I don't know what she was expecting, maybe seeing some people rally behind her, maybe she felt that she was truly fighting for a greater cause here, but almost immediately after posting this, the entire VTubing community just went up against her because God, this was such a ridiculous thing to cry about. Malfina, who is part of SVA, would say, a habit? A 3-second clip is a habit where the person isn't seen? The word was spoken in a roleplay based around factions fighting a war against one another. Wilders were also making comments against other teams. That's how it works. What's unprofessional is approaching Flork as he did, purely trying to get ad-free into some sort of trouble, then being unable to provide evidence. What's unprofessional is stretching his "this is your fight" to him, allegedly approving the word inferior as an attack against disabled people. What's unprofessional is shouting about high raids and subs around those who are role-playing respectfully in open areas. What's unprofessional is starting to instigate other players even after a mod told you to stop, then playing victim as was seen on your stream. She would then specify that this had nothing to do with disabilities and would end this by saying, this all started because Addy unfriended you. Everyone has the choice to do so. This is a sad reaction. So this of course adds a lot of context that was missing in that initial callout post. As I mentioned earlier, this server had multiple factions, 3 to be exact. They were all competing against one another for the end goal of the entire story involving the server. So I'm sure many of you watching might have played sports or played just online games in general and understand that shit-talking your opponent is a very normal thing to do, especially saying something like inferior. This wasn't a slur or anything, right? It was actually extremely harmless. Pretty much everyone from SVA stood up for ad-free, saying, hey, this is a roleplay server, dumbass. And he even had disabled people, the group of people that she claimed to be speaking for, come out against her, saying, yo, you're a dumbass. Inferior is not a slur, come on. And then you'd see another member from SVA by the name of Yami add more context about their past experiences with Cha-Cha Chilla, quote tweeting her call-out post and saying, oh hey, it's the person who kept following me around all of Offkai after I told them to stop and I had to warn security over her. Offkai, of course, is a yearly VTuber convention. She continues, the person who was overstepping my boundaries and touching my arm in comfort over and over when I told them not to touch me and spoke at me like I was less than them, saying I was so brave for going to Offkai as a trans person rather than talking to me like a normal person. You don't get to play the victim when you've hurt and disrespected so many people, and many know about your past life and the terrible things you've done there too. All I can do is wish you find the help you need. Step away from the internet, find professional help, and breathe. Maybe the world will be brighter for you one day where you don't find a need to validate your existence by trying to bring down others. So yeah, this wasn't just any random call-out post. This person apparently had a history of being very weird and even had a past life. She used to be another VTuber, but we'll get into that later. For now though, the CEO himself of SVA would quote tweet her call-out post and tell us about his side of the story, saying, yes, I did snap at you in DMs because you were told not to contact me anymore prior to this. Lucia's team investigated the first piece of evidence you showed them regarding ad-free and it was not even them speaking, video included. Their team there gave you the statement on what was happening. It was roleplay in a Minecraft faction roleplay, and I will wholeheartedly back my talent that they did no wrong, especially in a 4-second out of context clip you originally showed. He'd link a 14-second video, and this was actually what Cha-Cha had sent Lucia's team, right, the person behind the server, to prove that ad-free was somehow an ableist, someone who discriminates against disabled people. Watch for yourself.
Treating guys.
They're wild.
Guys, they're like,
gotta give them a
yeah,
pass.
what's happening
Their
with that?
brains are a little smaller.
Dude, that's gonna oh my god, hard.
I was never a wilder, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's true. I never.
Right, so in this clip, you can see a bunch of VTubers saying that the opposite faction, the Wilders, have smaller brains. I guess Cha-Cha was trying to say that this was ableist, like they were making fun of disabled people. Like, what? Disabled people have smaller brains or something? Yet another stretch. Even better, Flork would be claiming in his post that the clip that Cha-Cha had sent the mod team didn't even have ad-free speaking in it to begin with. I mean, by this point, the circus was in full swing. This post almost has 1 million views, by the way. This was so ridiculous, it blew so much out of proportion. He would then reply to his post and say, you also stated here other people do it, so why focus on me/SVA? Was it before I told you to not message me any longer as of early October? And he'd link 2 images. Here we can see Cha-Cha saying, really? Because as I see it, nothing has been taken care of. You guys have known about the inferior things. Lots of people have been calling us it. In the other image, we can see Flork saying, hi Cha-Cha, I will admit I'm a little uncomfortable with your messages right now. I have been extremely busy because of corpo work and my other work. Though earlier in the year I had more time so I was able to message a bit more freely, I have not had that free time lately. Me not consistently DMing you is not a personal thing, however because of this I'm not sure if I'm comfortable to keep up communication. Best of luck, Cha-Cha. This happened on the 6th of October 2025, and after this he would block her. It seemed like that really bothered her and she's held a grudge against him ever since. He would then continue the thread, saying, listen, we knew you were going to fucking do this because you did this shit before to other people. I knew you were going to drop this late. Maybe you thought I'd be asleep so you could get an edge on me? I specifically stayed up because we knew you were going to do this. I don't know why the focus was on me so hard, especially if your problem was ad-free. I don't want anything to do with you. He would then add more context as to why he knew that she stayed up late, showing DMs from this July 2025. Here we can see Cha-Cha Chilla saying, I'm a night owl, and Flork remembered that detail. The last thing he'd say in this thread is, honestly, do you not think I stick up for anyone in my agency? Come on. Before he even went into my DMs to try to get me to punish her like a school kid, I knew what was going on. So look, overall, a very strongly worded statement by Flork. I mean, after this, if you had any sort of self-awareness, any sort of shame or dignity, you would probably apologize, take a step back, maybe deactivate your account, I don't know. But just to show you how much self-awareness Cha-Cha Chilla truly lacks, she actually would reply to this post saying, actually, that's not what you said, linking DMs. Here we can see the screenshot from the 6th of October in which Flork says, hey, I'm not comfortable really keeping up communication. And we can see the blocked message from Cha-Cha Chilla in which she says, I'm sorry, it's just that this has happened with multiple people and I guess it's really gotten into my head. I won't bring this up again. Flork then says, best of luck, Cha-Cha. And then she says, thank you. Sorry again for letting this get into my head so much. Thank you for understanding. 24 days later, she would say, hey, thank you again for understanding. Wanted to give you some time, but the standees did arrive a bit ago and wanted to thank you for them. I love them so much. You do not have to reply to this, just wanted to express my thanks. So look, I don't know what the whole point of this was. Flork would just reply with, that's pretty clearly don't message me anymore, right? And that was the whole point. That's why he linked these DMs in the first place. It doesn't matter what she replied with. The whole point was that on the 6th of October, 2025, Flork said, I'm not comfortable keeping up communication. Bye, right? Like, thank you. This was the nicest way he could say it. Cha-Cha Chilla would then reply again saying, that's not what you said? You said you're not sure if you want to keep communication. Be clear, communicate like an adult, especially when you're communicating with somebody who's told you they're autistic in the past. At this point, she's like, apologize or draw 25 disability cards and use one of them. Like, what the hell is going on? The top reply on her reply would out-ratio her by 20 times and would say, medically or self-diagnosed. Not to mention that there are so many autistic people in her replies expressing how angry they are that someone is using their condition as an excuse to not take accountability. Like, look, I've seen my fair share of absolute train wrecks of VTubers, but no one has ever taken it this far of replying to something so clear-cut and still trying to paint themselves as a victim. And you know what the worst part is, or I guess the best part, since you're probably entertained? We're not even halfway through. It gets so much worse. The next tweet during this entire shitstorm would be from Nikita, someone who actually helped Lucia and Orisa make the server and was a staff member. He'd say, I am the staff member who personally handled Cha-Cha's ticket regarding this matter. I feel it is important to clarify the timeline and the facts of our investigation for the public record. Initial contact. This issue began when Cha-Cha posted a call-out in the public Wilders faction Discord channel tagging ad-free. I removed that post to de-escalate public tension and immediately reached out to Cha-Cha privately to explain that public callouts can create a hostile environment. Protocol. I directed her to open an official ticket so the admin team could review the issue properly and fairly. We went back to the ticket she opened before and continued the conversation there. The investigation. Upon reviewing the original evidence provided in the ticket prior to her public post, we found no evidence of malicious behavior or targeted harassment toward Cha-Cha. Misidentification. Crucially, the individual speaking in the evidence provided for review is not ad-free. So let's just examine this for a second, right? A staff member is telling us right now that the person who was saying inferior to begin with wasn't even ad-free. This whole incident happened on the basis of wrong delusional information. Absolutely incredible. Anyway, the next section would be called Event Context. This was a 3-day Minecraft faction PvP event featuring 3 distinct factions. Wilders, military, and scientists. Intense, in-character banter and trash talk between factions are common expectations of the roleplay genre rather than malicious attacks. All 3 factions engaged in this behavior as part of the competitive atmosphere throughout the 3 days. And if someone ever took it too far and turned it into hate speech or targeting specific individuals, staff would reprimand said individual and remove them from the server. Roleplay context. So here he'll be talking about the clip specifically. The specific comments in the clip regarding small brains were made by the player in the video, who, like ad-free, was playing a Wilder Gone scientist. The player involved confirmed this intent, stating, I quite literally was making fun of myself because I started as a Wilder, so I was the small brain in the room. Admission of widespread usage. In private DMs prior to the ticket investigation, Cha-Cha stated, lots of people have been calling us inferior. This admission confirms she was aware the term was being used broadly by the opposing faction against the Wilders group as a whole. Terminology. Cha-Cha alleged that ad-free used the word inferior. We found no evidence of ad-free using this term towards her. However, regarding the term itself, inferior is a standard adjective meaning lower in rank, status, or quality. In the context of a competitive PvP faction war, this is standard terminology used to denote an opposing team's skill or ranking. In the ticket, Cha-Cha explicitly rejected the validity of roleplay context entirely, asking, are you saying calling people inferior is okay if it's roleplay? After I asked, was it in reference of faction RP? Resolution. I informed Cha-Cha that while we take reports seriously, we could not find a violation of server rules based on the evidence provided. Transparency. I explicitly stated that we would not stop her from going public if she felt she needed to, as we believe in open communication. Current conduct. While we respect the right to voice concerns, we definitively do not support the targeted behavior currently being exhibited. Inconclusive and manipulated footage. The public accusation relies on a highly zoomed in, chaotic 3-second snippet. In this clip, multiple conversations overlap and the visual is obscured. Adfree's character is not visible in the scene because we cannot see who is speaking and the audio is chaotic. It is factually impossible to verify if Adfree is the speaker. Attributing a specific voice to her in this chaos is a massive stretch and does not constitute valid evidence. Audio context. Even if one strains to isolate the faint background voice in this chaotic clip, the phrase audible is "they are inferior, we are just better." This phrasing explicitly links the term inferior to a competitive comparison of skill and faction strength, in parentheses, better. Uttering the sentiment privately among teammates is standard morale building, not a targeted slur. However, again, we cannot verify it was Adfree who said this. Retroactive evidence hunting. In her messages to Flork, Cha-Cha admitted, "I'm going to hunt down the clips." This statement, made after the accusation was leveled, suggests the conclusion, in parentheses, that Adfree was guilty, was formed before any evidence was actually found. This explains why the eventual proof was a misidentified clip of a different person. Unprofessional escalation. Cha-Cha claims she contacted the SVA agency owner Flork and he did nothing. This is a misrepresentation. The screenshot of that conversation shows Flork enforcing a standard professional boundary, refusing to allow personal conflict, where one party has blocked the other, to be escalated into management harassment. Flork directed her to respect the block, that matter is settled, rather than validating her attempt to bypass it. And finally, conclusion. We stand definitively by our investigation. It is unacceptable that a situation defined by manipulated evidence and misidentification has escalated to the point where independent event staff must intervene to correct the public record. We expect all participants to adhere to professional standards, and we will not validate the use of misinformation to target community members or external agency leadership. Nikita would then link a screenshot in which he was talking to Cha-Cha saying, "Hi Cha-Cha, we are taking your report very seriously and are reviewing the matter." He would then state everything that was already stated in his Twitter post. Like, for example, the fact that this was completely fine in a roleplay setting. There was nothing weird that was said here. 7 hours later, Cha-Cha Chilla would reply to him, saying, "I've decided I'm going public with this. And in order to avoid the VTuber who streamed it getting involved, I've zoomed in to not show them." So look, overall, this was a very well-crafted post. I mean, he really talked about everything here, giving us context in every way imaginable, and indirectly managed to make Cha-Cha Chilla look like an even bigger clown than she already was. Not only was she linking a very hyper-focused 3-second clip, but there was no way to verify that it was even Adfree who said it. Most likely that wasn't even the case. This was a clear vendetta that she had because she had her feelings hurt that the CEO of SVA had blocked her and that Adfree had unfriended her. It was just pathetic. So of course, we can't have proper VTuber drama without the good old community notes, and her initial post did get that treatment. It would say, "This was a roleplay server where people were acting. The people have no idea what this person's disabilities were. And their words were not a direct attack to this individual. It was directed at the group in the roleplay, only in the roleplay." The community would then link 3 different Wikipedia links, with the first one being roleplay, the second one being acting, and the third one being common sense. Whoever wrote this was an absolute savage, dude. Holy shit. Now, of course, when you're a complete delusional idiot, it's really not enough when you can't take accountability after making false accusations. No, the cherry on top is being a hypocrite. And that's exactly what would happen when the VTuber Zion would show us a clip of that roleplay server in which they took the axe of Cha-Cha and Cha-Cha called her a bitch. Watch.
Her abs back. Why?
So Cha-Cha's out here saying, "Oh my god, name calling, you're calling me inferior, ableist, blah blah blah." Bro, whoa, whoa. You're out here using the B word, woman. As everything was burning and this was literally trending on Twitter, Adfree would make this tweet saying, "Oh hey, good morning," in which you'd see this gif that sums things up very perfectly. You know, walking into a burning apartment, dude. But you see, the thing with Cha-Cha Chilla is that she had so much more to offer to the world. That's right, even after everything that's happened so far, she didn't think it would be a good idea to get rid of her phone or something. No, instead she'd get the incredible idea of making things 100 times worse. By not shutting up, and going as far as starting a fundraiser to sue people defaming her name. I wish I was joking. After Cha-Cha Chilla's tweet would get community noted, she would swiftly delete it. But that didn't stop the whole incident from trending on Twitter and making people aware of who Cha-Cha Chilla truly was. This is when people would start to uncover her past. Apollo Mythos would make this tweet saying, "Let me give you some more context. Cha-Cha Chilla, aka Bunny Alisu. I was nice, respectful, and tried to be a friend at the time. I wanted you to get help. You harassed me and my friends and so many others for years. You have doxed IRL faces / names, bullied, spread lies, and got blacklisted from Mythos for a good reason. Mythos being the agency that she's a part of. I gave them a 10+ page document. When we didn't give you what you wanted, you did revenge porn. Yes, that's the P word, adult videos. Every single time I had something awesome happen to me, you got butthurt with my success early on. You shared it everywhere and people saw that side of me. You took my power, and just 2 days before TwitchCon, where I wanted to see people for the first time, my first event, I had to listen to so many people saying they were on my side and that they saw it. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want that. But you didn't stop there. You kept harassing me for months on end because I wasn't flinching in public. You had to make videos, accounts, and spreading it all over Mythos. I didn't feel safe anymore. I was so overwhelmed I couldn't even stream properly because of you. I lost a lot of things and it harmed me." So obviously it's a crazy accusation, right? It seemed like Cha-Cha Chilla wasn't just someone who was desperate for clout, going after an agency and its CEO. This was someone who was genuinely dangerous, who had hurt people in the past and tried to rebrand to get away from that without, of course, taking any accountability. The replies on this post would be nothing but supportive to Apollo, with quite a few friends confirming, "Yes, you went through so much, we're here for you, and now you can finally let it out comfortably because we're here to back you up." Apollo's post would make Cha-Cha Chilla finally make some sort of statement after deleting her initial call out. And this is what she had to say. She'd start off with, "I feel so empty. I lost everything, and I really have nobody to blame but myself. I will say I genuinely thought using Inferior was bad, but when everybody disagrees with you, it's time to take a step back and reevaluate. I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. I will say I saw Apollo's post and I never doxed anybody nor did revenge porn. That's going too far. Please provide evidence. I'm taking a step back from the internet. I feel like I just need to delve deeper into therapy about my impulsiveness and my sadness that turns into anger. I made a very impulsive mistake last night, so this is the last time I'll have access to my phone for a while. I don't know when or if I'll be back. I'm sorry that I caused drama and sorry to those I hurt." Now, one thing I want to point out in this amazingly well-crafted statement is that she had never apologized to either Adfree or Flork, nor did she apologize to the server owners or the staff that was very professional with her, by the way. She just says, "Hey, I have nobody to blame but myself. I made a mistake," but she never really took accountability to the people that she was trying to destroy. She was literally trying to cancel people. Someone would point this out in the replies, saying you never apologized to Adfree or Flork. You're trying to dodge responsibility for what you did to Apollo and to Yami. This isn't nearly enough and you're just doing this for damage control. She'd reply with, "I will say that I did say Yami was brave for showing her face without a mask, but not for being trans. I can't take responsibility for things I didn't do. As for the lack of apology towards Adfree and Flork, they've told me they want nothing to do with me and I'm respecting that." I swear, man, if lack of self-awareness was a person, I think it would personify itself. It would show up and manifest as Cha-Cha Chilla. I need to point out the fact that this post almost has 700,000 views, but man, I mean, you can tell a lot from the engagement, right? Almost 100 comments, all completely pooping on her entire existence. And even though that was the case, she would still make an effort to reply to Apollo's post, linking her statement there, saying, "Posting this here too." Of course, literally just one like on this whole thing. I think she liked it herself or something. And as you might expect, there's not a single positive reply here. Now look, this had already blown way beyond proportion, right? And even though this was a very unlikable, vile person who just can't say sorry no matter what and has past lives in which they actually hurt other people, I think it's safe to say that things would have died down if, you know, Cha-Cha Chilla actually stepped back and didn't touch her phone anymore. But did that actually happen? As you might expect, hell no. Because not even 20 minutes later, she would tweet out, "I'll be heading off to the hospital soon and won't have access to my phone." People, of course, didn't believe her. It's been 20 minutes since you posted that image, bro. Are you just farming for pity? She would then reply to her post saying, "Since people don't believe me," while linking an image of presumably her in a hospital room while censoring her face. People still didn't believe her, so she replied even further, saying, "Also, I wasn't hospitalized in under 22 minutes. I had been there since November 17th. I was waiting to be transferred to a psych ward. However, the psych ward was full, so I was discharged instead." Linking an image that showed her hospital history, saying that on November 17th, 2025, she had gone to the emergency department. So what she didn't realize by doing this is that she exposed the fact that she had made her initial call-out post while being in the hospital, which meant that her tweet saying "I'm headed to the hospital" was a lie. She was already there. She was only fishing for attention. Her initial call-out post was made on November 18th, 2025. She made this while waiting to go to the psych ward. So I'm sure it comes as no surprise that her hospital post got community noted. But before we get into that, we'd find out through another VTuber's quote tweet that ChaChaChilla didn't just have one past life, she had two. They'd say, "You don't know when to quit, do you?" 3 years ago, before she was ChaChaChilla, before she was Bunny Alisu, she was Nia Charisse. She tried to cancel me on my birthday subathon when I was being vulnerable to her privately, and she twisted my insecurities to try and scare me out of the VTubing space. She also tried to drive a wedge between me and one of my best friends while screwing them out of hundreds of dollars. Seeing you do all this and worse to so many other people makes me fucking sick. 3 years later and you haven't changed a bit, fuck off and never come back. It seemed like Chacha had a track record, and every time she would get caught, she would just rebrand into a new VTuber. As time went on, more and more people caught on to the idea that this was another identity of the same person that screwed them over in the past. This content creator would claim that ChaChaChilla was the same girl who crashed a dinner party that a friend of theirs hosted back in TwitchCon Vegas, never paid a part of her bill, and irresponsibly drank with strangers during the event. People were very uncomfortable with the fact that she was mixing her medication with alcohol. The list, of course, here would go on, with her being accused of spreading multiple false rumors about the content creator and their friends in question, and sending lewd photos of herself with zero consent to this content creator that she since then deleted, even claiming that ChaChaChilla was also a doxer, something that many others in the community have already claimed. This wasn't just a serial offender at this point, this was like an on-the-run fugitive in the VTuber community. What the hell is this? But the thing is, this wasn't just about her past controversies. People were doubting the picture that she linked. Even though her face is censored, you can see on the edge here that the hair is pink and it's fairly long. The community note on her post about the hospital would actually talk about this, saying the picture OP provided in the subtweet is not them. It is highly likely they are lying for pity. They are a known liar to gain social equity, linking a tweet. That tweet would say, "This picture is not her. She doesn't have pink dyed hair. Her hair is natural brown / dark blonde mix." Seeing what she looked like in Zentrea's off-guy stream where she heavily self-promoted herself to the point that both Zen and our favorite Monarch got uncomfortable, this is a fake pic. So apparently that's also bonus info. She was heavily self-promoting in someone else's stream during the convention. Wonderful. They would then reply to their own post saying, "For anyone doubting my words, this is her a month ago, still short blonde brownish hair, taken from her own media tab. Now get off my bum just because I'm speaking facts." So yeah, as we can see, this is short hair and there's not a single shade of pink. Now look, Chacha apparently is a cosplayer. She might have used a wig at Offkai, and some people were also alleging that this image was actually taken from a thread from somewhere else, but it actually wasn't, as much as it's believable seeing who we're dealing with here. Someone actually just took Chacha's picture and posted it in this thread, which was about VTubers. Additionally, this image was being posted saying that it's the original one without the emoji, but it's actually AI, and you can see this on the monitor in the back. It even got community noted. The reason why I'm pointing this out is because we don't need fake proof to prove that this is a very weird story, because all we have to do is look at her Discord server when this was all going down. Someone would compile images of what was going on in her Discord after she had posted the hospital pic, and it shows us a clear understanding of how she was trying her best to prove that she was actually in the room with the help of her community. The first thing she'd do is post this, saying, "Also, yes, I have pink hair and the brown hair is a wig," confirming that yes, she was cosplaying at Offkai, she currently has pink hair. Her own Discord was kind of doubting her, saying, "Maybe you have a friend who took this picture," to which Chacha would reply with, "So I have a pink-haired friend I got to send me hospital pics and a selfie right now? That's kind of dumb." Regardless though, her Discord wasn't really on her side. They were pushing her to get a piece of paper and write the name and the date so that people understand that this is actually her. She would then go ahead and post it, replying to the initial post of her proving she has pink hair. The image would say Chacha, but the date would be very weird. It would say 1/1/9. That's what it looked like. Her Discord would point this out. What is this, 119? To which Chacha would say, "No, it's meant to say 11/19. I know my handwriting is bad, but damn." Someone would then say, what's with the date and different hair shade? To which she would say, the hair is the same, it's my same hair. A couple of people would believe this, but many others wouldn't. Some of the people in the Discord would ask her to take another picture that's clearer, that has a better date, and she would say, because you're doubting me when I'm showing proof and making me take more and more photos, it feels like you're trolling me. She'd then finally give in and say, fine, I'll take another photo with the same shirt that she had worn in the hospital. And then as someone was giving her advice as to how she could stand up to make the lighting look better and match the picture in the hospital, she would say, I don't like standing a lot. I stood for one photo quickly and started feeling dizzy. Someone would say, come on now. To which she would say, you do realize I have a heart condition that makes me faint when I stand for long periods? I can show you the tilt table test. To which one of the people trying to help her would say, okay, I give up, you are a liar. She would then post the image of that test, right? Even though a lot of people were already turning on her by this point. And after many minutes of arguing about how she gets dizzy when she's standing up and how she can't do it, someone would just say, hey, can you just do it sitting down? Can you just shut up and do it sitting down? She'd say, okay, fine. And then she'd finally take another picture with her sitting down. As far as I'm aware though, she wouldn't post this one on Twitter. Someone would mention that she's missing the paper that says the date and her name, to which she would say, what the fuck, you didn't say that, like you didn't specify for me to take it with it. Her Discord would then start infighting, right? Some people were on Chacha's side, some people weren't, and they would just start like going at each other's throats, and she would just stop participating in the conversation. So yeah, here's the image of her sitting down, because again, if she stands up, she'll just faint, guys. Here's the hospital one. Is it the same shade? Up to you to decide. But one thing is for certain, this image is really weird. I don't know why you would write the date like this. Look, I can maybe say that this is a 19, right? This could be excused as a 1, but then you have 3 different lines. What do they signify? That doesn't look like an 11 to me. It looks like 119. Not a single reply here was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Everyone was like, dude, what did you even write? Like what? This is January 2009? Like what kind of date is this? It only made her look way worse. And then just as you thought that things couldn't get way crazier than this, she would make a tweet because of course she lacks self-awareness entirely. She'd say, if anybody wants to help with lawyer fees, and would link her stream elements in order to get donations. Yes, that's the tweet. This came out of nowhere. What lawyer fees? Who are you suing? What are you talking about? It would only be the next day in which she would finally specify what she's raising lawyer funds for, saying, for those that wanted me to specify, I plan on taking Apollo to court and suing her for slander and defamation. She has stated many false things about me with no evidence to back these claims up. Apollo would then quote tweet that and say, I hope you do, that would be so funny. Now, I don't know what could have possibly changed Chacha Chilla's mind here, but shortly afterwards, she would delete that tweet. She would also delete the tweet in which she was asking for lawyer fees, right? And the funny thing here is that if she actually were to sue, which come on, everyone knew that would never happen, the burden of proof would actually fall upon her. She would have to prove that she's innocent, right? And so far, she's been doing a terrible job at this. Man, it's insane what delusion and narcissism can do. In any case, Flork would end this by saying, okay, folks, while I deeply appreciate the support, the matter is done and over with now. There's no need to continue with it. Let's not tell someone to KYS, let's lower the temperature. What's done is done and the matter is over. I wish it didn't get to that point, but it is what it is. I wouldn't wish anyone getting to a mental breaking point. Chacha, I don't know what drove you to all this. Get the help you need and move on. You can't keep doing this in public, getting backlash when people defend themselves and then get to this point. He would then go ahead and say that he does forgive her, but hopes that she evaluates if this stuff is right for her. He hopes that she can get help. At Free, the one who was also blamed by Chacha, would say, I have a lot of incredibly sweet DMs. Thank you for checking up on me. I promise normally I'm a silly little bug and I'll get back to that soon. More than anything, I think we should celebrate the incredible job Lucia and the team did. You guys navigated unknown terrain and made sure that everyone was having a blast, sometimes literally. Cheers to the next one. We live, we learn, we entertain. She would then express how lucky she is to have her agency, SVA, and that she couldn't imagine going through this as an independent VTuber. So yeah, this whole thing was just wild, a complete roller coaster of emotions. And just like any big problem that blows out of proportion in many of my videos, or just on Twitter in general, it could have ended way earlier if the person involved had just apologized and taken a step back. Chacha Chilla isn't some random VTuber, this is someone with past history who has hurt people deeply. The good news though is that their new attempt to reinvent themselves has completely failed, and she'll probably make another account in the coming year or something, I don't know. If there's one silver lining here is that it did raise awareness on Sox Agency, on the fact that its own CEO will defend his talents like no one else. That's a really cool thing to have. At the same time, it also did raise more awareness on the efforts of Lucia and Orisa when it came to making that server. Hopefully next time, it'll be even bigger and better and won't have any problematic people involved. And finally, when it comes to ChaChaChilla, the last tweet you can see on her feed was her saying that she has pink hair and that the brown hair is a wig. However, she did make another tweet along the lines of, I've seen many people say that I should get a real job but I'm disabled, blah blah blah, really pushing the whole disabled narrative even further, but she deleted that tweet and I had no time to take a screenshot of it. However, we can still see her talking about this in the replies. Someone said, okay, you can't do a physical job, then get a desk job, to which she would say, are you going to pay for my college degree? She hasn't learned a single thing, she hasn't apologized to a single person, and overall, she's absolutely hopeless. It's incredible what some people will do instead of just saying sorry. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this roller coaster train wreck nuclear bomb until the end. I really appreciate it. I also wanted to quickly mention that GamerSupps has a new drop right now and it looks really cool. So if you're interested, make sure to use the code MUJIN for 10% off your total order. I'll see you in the next video whenever that is, and please take care until then. Love you. Mwah!
Hello and welcome to this challenge run of Diablo 2 where I'm only allowed to wear unique items, including charms. I can use a mercenary, but I also have to wear only unique items. But I did cheat the rules a little bit. Since I was live streaming this challenge, I did allow myself to use some Magic Find starter gear to speed up the farming process, to make the stream more eventful. So I added the exception to the rules that I was allowed to wear items that boosted my Magic Find, as long as Magic Find was the only stat available on the item, and I could only use the Magic Find gear until I found my first unique for that slot. I began as a completely naked character, which is another challenge I've tackled recently, so I knew the very first few areas of the aim would be no issue even with just my fists. I decided to pick the druid for this challenge because I wanted a character with the potential of being both a caster and a melee fighter for this challenge, so I could be flexible to whatever cool uniques I would find later, and can even be a summoner if I would end up feeling a little bit lonely. There are a few other classes that also fit the description of both being capable of melee and caster, but I wanted to play a druid this time, and by going for the fire elemental route first, after just a few levels I was going really strong even without a single piece of gear. I did clear out the Den of Evil for the quest reward and save Deckard Cain, but then I went straight for Andariel. I did unlock Fisher right before reaching her, but that meant I was quite underleveled compared to where I usually am at this point. A big part of that was because I skipped the Forgotten Tower and the Countess completely. The low to mid level runes that you find there are super helpful early on, but not for this character, so I didn't bother to clear the tower even once. Before taking on Andariel, I got my first sweet little bit of magic find by socketing a chipped topaz in a helm. A 9% increase doesn't seem like much, but you have to start somewhere and every bit helps. While the fight wasn't super easy due to low level and no gear, Fisher was able to take her down pretty convincingly, and while I was hoping for an epic drop on the first kill, she didn't deliver. Andariel would be my first farming target to try and get my first unique items. But before I dug in, I went on to Act 2 to shop for some gloves and boots with Magic Find. I didn't want to spend too long refreshing the vendor's inventory since I was trying to entertain a live audience at the same time, so I settled for the first I could come by with a pair of gloves with 9% Magic Find and a pair of boots with 12, putting me at 30% total. Though you can buy both gloves and boots with up to 25% Magic Find in Act 2, so I could have gone a lot higher if I was willing to shop more. Then I headed straight back to Andariel with the intention of farming her for at least a few upgrades before moving on. And on the very first run after the initial kill, I got my first unique drop, a pair of heavy boots. That's Gorefoot, which aren't amazing, especially not for a caster, but they do have some increased movement speed and that was a nice stat to get, though the find was kind of bittersweet since that meant I had to get rid of my Magic Find boots already, removing over 1/3 of my Magic Find. After finding my first unique so quickly, my expectations were quite high, expecting uniques to rain down on me. But that wasn't the case at all. For the next several hours she didn't drop anything, and the runs were kind of slow, so farming her wasn't as efficient as I had hoped. To break up the monotony, I visited Guide to gamble daggers every once in a while. I was hoping for a Gull dagger for that massive 100% increase in Magic Find, but so far no luck. The chance to get a unique is very low, but it was not like I could really use the gold for anything else right now, and I have been lucky before with gambling, so I gave it a shot whenever my gold stash grew to a decent pile and focused solely on daggers for now. I kept on slowly farming Andariel, but apart from some gems and a decent amount of gold, she was not cooperating with me at all. But eventually she did decide to drop another unique, and it got me really excited for a second. I was thinking, or maybe hoping, that it was the Salamander staff with +2 fire skills, but that can actually not even drop from normal Andariel. I coped by telling myself that at least it was objectively an upgrade with the mana and the poison resist, and I did look like a caster now. But so far my Andariel farming had been really disappointing. But happiness is not decided by our circumstances, but how we choose to let those circumstances affect us. And I chose to appreciate the small things, like finding this chip topaz for a slight boost to my magic find. At this point both me and my live chat agreed that it was probably better to move on. It's not like Andariel has the best loot pool in normal anyway. And while I hadn't been getting great loot, I had been gaining a lot of experience, which meant that Fissure was starting to get really strong, and that alone could probably carry me through a good part of normal. I did the first quest in Act 2 to get a free skill point for clearing out the sewers underneath the city, and even though the burning skeletons had quite high fire resist for normal, Fissure was completely destroying everything for now. It can struggle a bit against single targets like Radamant, but for now that was more of a speed bump than a challenge. The rest of Act 2 was uneventful, but it started to show that playing the game and trying to talk at the same time while live streaming was a challenge for me. In the dry hills I ran past the entrance to the Halls of the Dead and ended up exploring the full map before noticing. I could give myself a pass on this one though, since it was barely visible on the edge of my explored map, but in the Halls of the Dead I straight up walked past the stairs to level 3, like right on top of the entrance. I gambled a few more daggers, with nothing to show for it, and eventually made it to Duriel without too much of a challenge. I had actually been wearing both the Staff of Kings and the Claw Viper amulet since finding them, but unfortunately there is as far as I know no way to trick the game into letting you keep them, so I was back to my Serpent Lord staff and no amulet. The Duriel fight was a mess, and I'm going to blame the mental fatigue I experienced from streaming. I forgot to buy thawing potions, I didn't restock my health potions, and I was not doing a great job of healing my mercenary or setting up new town portals in time. But the druid also has really bad recovery frames, and in combination with Duriel slow, it felt like I was playing in slow motion while my character got stuck on pebbles on the ground while a giant bug chased after me. I must confess to dying several times here, showing my live audience exactly why I don't do my challenge runs in hardcore. But eventually I was able to defeat Duriel, who unfortunately didn't drop any uniques. Farming Duriel didn't seem like a great idea, so I moved on to Act 3, which was a similar story to Act 2. I was mostly interested in making it through the act as quickly as possible, potentially looking to farm Mephisto for some gear. Casting Fissure and running in circles made short work of any enemies, and I really started to appreciate the faster run walk from Gorefoot. When it first dropped it really felt like whatever, but as time went on I was really happy to have the extra movement speed, despite the game being easy at this point, or maybe because of that, lowering my guard. I managed to die to the super unique bat boss in the sewers when looking for the last of Kalim's organs. But when I went to recover my body, I was surprised by another unique. It must have dropped by something dying right as I died. Crush Flange might look like a melee weapon with a crushing blow, but the extra strength and the massive boost to fire resist are good stats for any character, and definitely better than the staff I was currently wearing. I originally had my eyes set on normal Mephisto as my next farming target, but my live viewers convinced me that it was probably a better idea to try and push for Nightmare Andariel for the next big farming session, so I rushed through the rest of Act 3 and Act 4, killing minimal enemies and not finding anything. I failed to get any topazes from the Hellforge and put 2 flawed and a normal topaz in the breastplate. And before moving on, I also upgraded my magic find gear by going back to Act 2 normal to shop for a new pair of gloves with higher magic find. Those 2 upgrades got my magic find up to 82%, which isn't anything crazy, but certainly a nice boost. I then progressed through Act 5 and again the fire spells were carrying me hard even though my gear was a big mess. I kept gambling my gold away throughout the challenge, and now I started going for heavy belts instead of daggers. The lack of additional potion slots without a belt were starting to really annoy me, and if I would manage to get a unique, a heavy belt would be gold wrap, which has a decent amount of magic find as well. But again, no luck with gambling for uniques, and it was kind of painful to get some pretty sweet rares that I could not use, like belts with resists, stats, faster hit recovery and life. It had been a long time since I found any uniques at this point, and as I was getting closer to Bale, me and my live chat started to fantasize about what drops I could get next. Top of mind were uniques that would give me even more magic find, like the Gull Dagger, Gold Wrap or even Tarnhelm. The fire spells dealt great damage, but my character was a little flimsy. So we were also talking about some nice resistance boosting uniques like the Skin of the Viper Magi, the Ward or even Moser's Blessed Circle. Soon enough I defeated Bale, and he did end up dropping the first really good item for this challenge, a unique Gothic shield, which is the previously mentioned the Ward. This was of course a really hype moment during the live stream since we had just been talking about it, but it's also a really solid item, especially with a great roll like this, scoring a 47 out of 50 on the all resistances roll. In my eyes this was definitely a potential endgame shield for the character, so I immediately went to Arsec to give it a socket and put a perfect diamond in it for even more resistances. Plus 66 to all resistances from a single item. That was enough to put me all the way up to the cap of 75 on every resist with a little help from the quest reward from saving Anya. I had been considering doing some bail runs in normal, but with this drop I was now more than confident to get started in Nightmare, heading straight for Andariel for our next farming session, stopping only to do the Den of Evil quest for the free skill point and saving Cain from Tristram. And while saving Cain, something pretty cool happened. Getting a perfect pattern on the stones must be a good omen, right? Entering Nightmare did in some ways mark the real beginning of the challenge, because now some of the really good uniques could start dropping. On the very first Andariel kill, she dropped another unique shield. Storm Chaser has some pretty unique stats, but it didn't seem too useful to me, and I couldn't even lump it on my mercenary because he wasn't high enough level yet. I ran Andariel for the next several hours. It wasn't very efficient, partially because he was kind of dangerous at my current level and partially because I was streaming. And after that first kill she was also not very generous with her drops. I did eventually find a flawless topaz, which ended up being the slightest of upgrades in my Magic Find armor, pushing my MF another 2% to 84 in total. I had spent almost 2 hours at 30's point without much to show for it. Though when a flawless gem makes the highlight reel, you know the dry streak in drops was bad, but then it was finally time for another good unique. I was wasting a lot of gold resurrecting my mercenary without much of a plan behind it because he kept dying, so I decided to stop doing that and instead went for another round of gambling at Yeats, again hoping to score a belt for more potion slots. I gambled over 200,000 gold this time, but no unique heavy belts. However, on the very next run, still in the same game as I did the gambling, Diablo 2 RNG decided to show his funny side. This was another really awesome drop, partially because of the hype of finding an item I was trying to gamble for, but it was also a really good item for me at this point, blessing me with the additional potion slots that I had been craving ever since the challenge started, and also pushing my Magic Find past 100, all the way up to 114. This also marked a bit of a milestone because now I was wearing as many unique items as I was wearing my MF cheater, MF starter items. And now with even more Magic Find I would surely speed up the progress of gearing my druid in all uniques. But it turned out that some of the progress that followed the lucky gold wrap wasn't all that great actually. I'm skipping over some of the non-impactful stuff like your blood rises and your skull splitters, but eventually I find my first unique body armor. And this was my live reaction. Ooh, I got... No! No! This is Rattle Cage, right? Really good armor, but that means we lose some Magic Find. It was another gear slot filled with a unique item, but the excitement quickly went away as I realized that this would cause me to lose a big chunk of my Magic Find. And this particular armor was not really giving me any benefits as a caster either. There was a silver lining in that this could be a pretty decent mercenary armor later on, but I would need to find another unique armor for myself before that was even an option. Magic Find down from 114 to 72. That hurt. Soon after I did find a flawed topaz, which helped a little bit by bringing my Magic Find back up to 85, but before I even remembered to update my overlay to reflect this upgrade, the game decided to take it all away by dropping my first unique helm just a couple of runs later. Now, Dusk Deep isn't a terrible helm, it does give 15 to all resistances and 7 damage reduction, which are actually pretty useful stats, but it was really hard for me to appreciate that in the moment as it knocked my Magic Find all the way down to 52. I knew this was going to happen eventually as I found more uniques, but these 2 drops alone took away over half of my Magic Find within the course of an hour, which was rough as I was in full-on farming mode. And not only that, the armor and the helm all of a sudden transformed my druid into a barbarian lookalike. Despite losing over half of my Magic Find, I kept running Andariel for several more hours. I scored Alder's Mace from the Elite Druid set, but that was of course not usable since it's not unique. Between streams I re-rolled my map for a shorter run to Andariel off camera, and unfortunately I found a unique while doing so. I had been starting to dream of a respec to a melee druid to spice up the challenge, and this Bone Snap could definitely have been a solid option for that, but it didn't feel right to sneak a unique I found off camera into the challenge, so I donated it to Charcy. Though shortly after I did find another nice melee weapon with this unique Gladius. Bloodletter looks like a barbarian item with a plus to skills, but it has some really nice stats for any melee class. Attack speed, damage, lifesteal and even attack rating. Though that alone was definitely not enough to persuade me into a respec. Just a couple of runs later I found another good melee weapon, but this time it was not for a potential future werewolf but for a mercenary. Kelpie Snare has decent damage for sure, but more importantly 75% slow on hit. It was also the very first unique spear or polearm that I found at all, which sort of unlocked the Act 2 mercenary for me. And I knew this was a pretty good drop when it happened, but I did not yet realize just how impactful this single item would be for the remainder of the run. The slow would end up being a huge help against Act bosses and difficult elites alike, but you'll see more of that a bit later into the game. I was really on a roll now, and just a short while later I found more weapons, and this time it was something actually great for my current build. and it was not from Andariel but from a random monster in the room before hers, the Dark Clan Crusher, my first +2 skills from gear, and 2 of them on the same item. A really great find. Doesn't have any FCR, which is usually important for casters, but on the Fire Druid it's not as important, since all of the fire spells have a short delay between casts anyway. Then more loot from the room before Andariel, and this time it was another piece of body armor with a unique ring mail. Darkglow was not on the top of my wishlist, but it does have +10 to all resistances, which was a decent boost, and more importantly it would allow me to put a rattle cage on my mercenary for that sweet crushing blow, which would pair so well with his quick jab attacks. The next drop was a roller coaster of emotions. Andariel dropped an axe, and seeing it was ethereal I defaulted to thinking it was the ethereal edge, which is always ethereal, but that's actually both a different kind of axe and also the elite version. Anyway, I quickly forgot about the ethereal part once I identified it and was super happy to see spell steal. I was not expecting to have access to teleport charges on a unique only run, and the curse charges could be useful too. This could really speed up my runs and help in dangerous situations. But then I remembered it was ethereal, which meant that the charges couldn't be replenished. That was quite unfortunate, but I did end up carrying it with me because if nothing else it would still be good for 12 teleports, which could maybe matter in the future. The final noteworthy item I found was the Venom Ward. Would have been useful to find this earlier, as it would have been quite good to use against Andariel specifically, but it was still a decent find as it could be a good utility armor for the future and maybe a good mercenary armor if I would end up farming Andariel in Hell 2. I had been getting a lot of gear upgrades from Andariel, filling out most of my gear slots and scoring some decent items in the process. But not only that, I had also gained an additional 15 levels while farming her. All of this combined had doubled my Fissure damage compared to when I started Nightmare and had given me a decent boost to my life pool too, so it will probably not come as a surprise when I tell you that the rest of Nightmare was not much of a challenge. I rushed the mandatory quest as fast as possible with my eyes set on my next magic find target. I found no uniques worth talking about while questing, but in Act 3 I did end up upgrading my magic find in a significant way. I got my first usable charm with this Lucky Large charm, which I allowed myself to use under my starting MF gear rules exception. But that was not really the significant part, because from the same loot haul I finally got my first magic find ring. It seemed kind of unlucky to me that this was the first MF ring I had found in the entire challenge, but regardless I was very happy to see this, and 24 is a really good roll for a magic ring. Those two items boosted my total magic find from a mediocre 52 all the way to a mediocre, but still better, 77. And the extra magic find came at a really good time, because I was just about to face Mephisto, and you can already see how useful the slow from Kelpie Snare was going to be, basically putting Mephisto in slow motion and drastically decreasing the amount of spells he spams. After I defeated Mephisto, it was once again time to trade a big chunk of my magic find for a useless unique, because these gloves really didn't offer me much as a caster. I guess at least I was able to keep over 50% MF thanks to my newly found ring. Always look on the bright side, right? I was debating between farming Nightmare Mephisto for a while or rushing towards Hell as fast as possible. I stuck around for a little while, but with the intent to move on soon and not stick around for nearly as long as I did with Andariel. An hour came and went without me getting any new interesting uniques at all, but finally my decision paid off when I found the second unique hat of the run. The Peasant Crown, or Baby Shaco as some call it. Well, it's far from a Shaco, but +1 skills, faster running and a big boost to both vitality and energy. A very nice helm for this druid indeed, and my mercenary would certainly enjoy my old Dusk Deep as well. Mephisto also gave me another bone snap, and I caught it on camera this time, and this one rolled really high as well, with 289 out of 300 max on the ED. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but I did end up upgrading my gold rep to a battle belt to get one additional roll of quick slots for my potions. It required me to invest a little bit extra strength, but I do value convenience very highly. A few of my live viewers were wondering why I didn't include set items in this challenge, and I didn't really have a strong reason other than keeping things simple and straightforward, but I was definitely sticking to uniques only, and so far it had not mattered much. But then I found a green winged helm. G-Face would have been a great mercenary helm, or even something to wear as a werewolf if I decided to respec to melee later. This was the first set item that actually hurt a bit to find, even so much that I put it in my stash even though I was never going to be able to use it. Apart from the Peasant Crown, which was a great drop, don't get me wrong, my Mephisto farming quest had not been fruitful, so after a few hours I moved on to finish off the rest of Nightmare to get a bit of progress in and to open up more farming options. And to be fair, it was not really like this character needed more gear or levels right now. Just look how easily I was able to take down Isuel. The Nightmare Hellforge had a nice surprise for me, a Pull rune. This was kind of significant because if I could only find a Lam rune I would be able to upgrade an exceptional unique weapon to elite, which could end up being a big deal for my mercenary. And once again I want to highlight just how awesome the slow from Kelpie snare was, both against Lister and Bale himself, truly one of the MVPs of this run. I stuck around to farm Nightmare Bale a few extra times and set the goal for myself to find at least one unique before moving on. And well, that ended up taking 2 whole hours before I found a single unique item from him. In hindsight, that ended up not being the worst thing that could happen, because it gave me a lot of extra levels, which came in handy later as I entered Hell. But what a grind! And the unique that finally dropped was just a Blood Thief, but this drop was more about the freedom to finally move on. And the extra levels made a big difference. My fire spells took care of both normal and elite enemies easily, and I had an army of allies to keep me safe as well. So I rushed for Andariel as fast as possible, without much happening along the way. That was until the Catacombs level 1, where I found my first unique ring in a casket. The ring turned out to be a Dwarf Star, and when I'm doing my big magic find projects, this ring usually disappoints, but this time it was quite a nice find. The 15% fire absorb and the 12 magic damage reduction and some life. Quite good for defensive stat. And 100% extra gold find was quite nice, because I wasted so much gold on this run on gambling from Geed. I continued on to Andariel, and despite the fire immune monsters who spawned there being quite annoying, I soon cleared out the first room. And I'm not exactly sure what I was so scared about with my high level of fire skills, but I decided to cheese Andariel with the door trick, which, in case you didn't know, is that you can grab Andariel's attention and then run back to the first room while closing the door behind you. And then you can kill her through the door if you have any sort of skill with splash or area damage. I wanted to farm Andariel, but I was a little scared. Again, in hindsight, that didn't make much sense. So instead I continued questing, but after having made it through most of Act 2 without anything interesting happening, someone in my stream chat informed me that Andariel was terrorized. That seemed like a great opportunity to go back and farm Andariel in Nightmare, and that turned out to be a very rewarding decision. The first notable find was another great set helm for the Mercenary, which of course he couldn't use. Currently lacking any form of lifesteal, Talrasha's mask would have been absolutely great for him, and shortly after I found a unique cleaver. It turned out to be a quite good roll, and while Butcher's Pupil might not be the best melee weapon in the game, it's definitely good enough to beat the game with, and being indestructible is a really nice addition to avoid having to repair your weapon all the time. But then it was time for the drop I teased earlier. At the tail end of the hour of Terrorized Andariel, I found an item I could only have dreamt about finding in a unique only run, the Harlequin Crest, aka Shaco. This was one of the absolute best items I could have found for this challenge. 2 skills, life, mana, damage reduction, and even a big chunk of magic find to help me find even more uniques. Definitely one of the highlights of this entire playthrough. I immediately went to Larsuk to socket it, and didn't even question how a blacksmith made a socket into a flimsy textile shroud. I put a perfect topaz in the socket, which put a big smile on my face and updated my current MF to a new record high. What a great moment for the character and the challenge. I then finished up the rest of Andariel's terrorized hour without finding anything, before heading back to Hell Act 2 and finished up the questline at Duriel's expense. At this point I definitely did not need to farm more items or levels, but before going to Act 3 I went back to Act 1 to farm Hell Andariel anyway. I found a pair of unique Demon Hide boots, which are Inferno Stride. They give faster run walk and decent fire resist, and it's also found to randomly cast Blaze. And since my old boots offered only 20% faster run walk, it was an easy upgrade. On the next run I found an item that I would absolutely have loved to find earlier on in this challenge. Tarnhelm is a great helm with the extra skill point, extra gold find and increased magic find, but of course not when compared to my Shaco. Did I mention that I found a Shaco yet? I feel like I didn't talk enough about it. My Inferno Strides didn't last very long, because next I found another pair of unique boots. As much as I enjoyed running around with Blaze active, the stats of Tear Haunch and 10% to all resistances in particular just slightly outweighed the stats of Inferno Stride. I also found the armor Black Hades in the same drop, which I later ended up using on my Mercenary, with the good stat being the 3 open sockets to help shore up his resistances with runes. And before finally moving on, I also found another unique breastplate, and this time it was ethereal. In the moment I was quite excited to find this, since ethereal items are good for mercenaries, but in hindsight the ethereal bonus wasn't doing that much for us since the base damage of the breastplate is so low anyway. Well, now at least I had 2 of them if I for some reason wanted to put one on me and one on my mercenary at the same time in the future. I think I was getting a bit bored being a fire mage at this point, because out of nowhere I decided to respec to a werewolf, despite not really having found any truly great melee items. I used the Butcher's Pupil from earlier and also carried the Bone Snap on Switch, with most of my other gear remaining the same. And while questing through the jungle of Act 3, the build worked fine, I guess, but with a huge caveat of only as long as my army stayed alive, because while I could dish out damage at a decent speed, as soon as more than a few enemies started targeting me, I quickly folded, and that's with over 40% lifesteal from Feral Rage. I painstakingly stuck with the werewolf for a while since I didn't want to change my build back right away during a livestream, and I did make it through most of Act 3. But then Andariel got terrorized again, and the werewolf proved to not be the best boss killer despite 45% crushing blow, so I ended up respecing again, and this time to a wind druid. Now it might seem like the video is derailing a bit and going all over the place, and that's exactly what happened during the challenge. There are still some cool drops coming and I hadn't beaten the most difficult parts of hell yet, but in hindsight I ended up spinning my wheels a fair amount at the tail end of this challenge, so I'll try to gloss over the hours of grinding I did and focus on progress through the last acts of hell and some of the best drops only. But the Wind Druid spec was actually surprisingly good. I had not played one in a long time before this, and I assumed it would be underwhelming with literally 0% faster cast rate, but the Tornadoes dealt great damage anyway, and Hurricane was a great supporting skill. The Wind Druid also gets access to Cyclone Armor, which absorbs all elemental damage except poison, so now my elemental defenses were more than sorted, and I could even wear one of my Venom wards to shore up my weakness to poison. But going back to Andariel again did pay out when she dropped his Crown of Thieves, which gave my mercenaries some much needed lifesteal, as well as a pair of Frostburn gloves which I equipped for the extra mana, and also my second charm of the round, a lucky Grand Charm to push my magic find a little further. Before going back to questing, I decided to reward my mercenary Galsar for his loyal services by upgrading his spear from a Fushina to a Stygian pike with the Palrune from the Nightmare Hellforge, massively increasing his damage output. Back in Act 3 Hell, progress was super smooth. The Wind Druid was day and night compared to the Werewolf, so I quickly found myself at Mephisto. After defeating him, I was ready to head on to Act 4 Hell and take on Diablo for the last time, but instead I decided to go back and do some more farming. Again. This time at Hell Mephisto, and while I did get some decent drops like Valkyrie Wing and Ethereal Rock Fleece and Gladiator's Bane, there was not much exciting coming out of this grinding session. Until one run, when I found an upgrade so good that I finally stopped farming. Mephisto dropped a unique bone knife, which is Wizard Spike, a dagger with a huge boost to all resistances, some decent mana, but most importantly a massive 50% faster cast rate. I lost out on 2 skills from the Druid Club, but 50% FCR meant that I would cast Tornado once every 13 frames instead of once every 18 frames, which was a very big increase to my damage output. So then I finally decided to move on and try to finish Hell, and at this point I was so strong that it didn't feel like a challenge run anymore, which isn't that unexpected I guess, or to quote one of my live viewers, "Wow, it turns out that if you farm for 7 days you get good gear, who would have known?" Diablo never knew what hit him, and I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, but the slow on Kelpie Snare is so good. Just look at how hopeless Diablo looks, operating at 25% speed, and with the momentum from the Diablo fight I made quick progress through Act 5, and before taking on the final roadblocks of Hell, here's what my gear looked like prior to taking on the Ancients. My latest find, Wizard Spike, the ward, which had served me so well ever since Normal Bale dropped it for me. Harlequin Crest Shaco, 10 out of 10 item, no notes. Hawkmail, one of the weaker uniques I was still wearing, but some extra run speed and cannot be frozen were some nice comfort stats to have. And I used to wear Venom Ward earlier to help with my poison resist since Cyclone Armor only absorbs fire, cold and lightning, but I didn't need that anymore after finding the Wizard Spike. Frostburn Gauntlets, I wish they were Mage Fist, but they were alright. Big mana increase. Manald Heal, small stats, but at least it was a unique. And while recording the commentary for this video, I realized that I forgot to include this drop, but unfortunately I don't remember where I found it anymore. Sorry. The upgraded gold wrap which never left my waist ever since I first found it. My second ring was the Dwarf Star, and finally, Tearhaunch. Galsar was wearing the Crown of Thieves for 10% lifesteal. The Black Hades socketed with an Orc, a Thal and a Sol Rune for some resistances and physical damage reduction. And of course, the upgraded Kelpie Snare. I actually think this was the most impactful item I found in the entire run. Sure, Shaco and Wizard Spike are amazing items, but Kelpie Snare helped me so much against bosses during the entire challenge. Especially earlier on when I was a little bit weaker, allowing me to farm Act bosses much more safely. But this is the last time I'm praising Kelpie Snare, I promise. We took on the Ancients in the Ariat Summit, and I took my time to separate them from each other, but in hindsight I'm not even sure if that was necessary, because they ended up being both easy and pretty quick to kill. I did run into some dangerous elite enemies in the Worldstone Keep and the Throne of Destruction, but the worst they could do was destroy my summon and occasionally also my mercenary. I was never in any real danger and soon I made it through the throne. But overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, and my ignorance let Lister and his pack take me down once. This was 100% on me and a completely avoidable death, but the game did humble me one final time before the finish line. After this I sharpened up, took down Lister's gang and went down to face Bale. This was a super fun challenge that I really enjoyed, especially the first half. I got a little carried away with the loot grinding towards the end, but all in all a great challenge that I might even revisit again in the future. And in the end I did end up filling every equipment slot with only uniques, if you count the short period of time that I wore the Amulet of the Viper before using it as a quest item in Act 2, and I do. And just over a minute after the fight started, Bale was defeated and the challenge completed. A special thanks to Kelpie Snare for making this video possible, and also a big thanks to all channel members for your support.
Ubisoft, the company that used to be one of the biggest in gaming, only to destroy every single franchise under their belt through microtransactions and soulless sequels, similar gameplay patterns, and of course, forced ideology. None of these made Ubisoft better in the long run. Every single time Ubisoft came up with an actual good idea, they would take it and then run that thing into the ground. Remember Far Cry 3? How Ubisoft finally revolutionized one of their franchises, and then they just proceeded to do the same game over and over again, until by the time Far Cry 6 came out, it was just Far Cry 3 again, but now you were in Cuba. For some, that was enough probably. The same thing happened with Assassin's Creed. The settings changed, but most of everything else just stayed the same. Their games just started to become indistinguishable for the most part, sequels looking more like expansions, and the writing kept getting worse too. Ubisoft eventually, well, they started to crumble within. That is until Tencent came out of the shadows like a loan shark in a slick suit and gave Ubisoft an offer they really couldn't refuse. Flash forward to today, and just a bit ago, Ubisoft froze their financials and trading right before an earnings call. It was something that hasn't really happened before, and could only mean that Ubisoft was trying to hide something. Then they came out recently claiming everything was okay, but in actuality, what Ubisoft had done was calculated damage control, and in a way, what they did could technically break the law in some places. As you can see here from GameIndustry.biz, they reported that Ubisoft has officially finalized their deal for Vantage Studios. Now, when new games get made with Ubisoft's IP, this will be the main studio that does everything. The investment is sitting just over $1 billion from Tencent has now created this super studio, which has a few thousand employees working at this one single venture. Vantage will now make Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six games. No word if other franchise will be a part of this deal in the future, but that's the core of it. The total amount of employees at Vantage right now sits roughly around 2,300 employees. I don't really think there's like a single studio in video games that's that big in comparison, but as GameIndustry.biz says here, in a press statement, Ubisoft said that Vantage Studios has a pre-money enterprise value of $3.8 billion. While CEO Yves Guillemot heralded the deal as a milestone, today's closing crystallizes the value of our world-class IPs and marks a pivotal milestone in Ubisoft's ongoing transformation, he said. It also brings in $1.16 billion of proceeds that deleverages the group, strengthens our balance sheet, and will support selected investment opportunities across the rest of the company. They continued, Vantage Studios, fully operational since October 1st under a dedicated leadership team, embodies the principles of autonomy, focus, and player centricity with clear accountability. It brings our creative house's model to life with the ambition to accelerate the growth of our flagship franchises on their path to becoming annual billion-euro brands. Interesting. So this sounds like it's all good, right? Well, the thing is that Ubisoft was only able to create this so-called good press story by essentially selling themselves to Tencent. The reality is that Ubisoft is pretty much dead broke. All their actual funds and capital is pretty much just from Tencent alone. And if Tencent hadn't jumped in to save them, and basically acquire them almost, Ubisoft would be having insane mass layoffs right now, and they would be in free fall. No one can really question that. This then brings me to Bloomberg, where my eyebrows started raising more and more that I looked into this, but here's the Bloomberg article on screen titled, Ubisoft to tap Tencent money to pay off breached loan agreement. Ah, well that paints a different picture already now, doesn't it? What do you mean that Ubisoft is using their partners' money to pay off their debts? I thought they were positioned in an an amazing spot right now. But as Bloomberg says right here, Ubisoft breached their loan agreement with Tencent to use that money to pay off their debts. So in case anyone is saying that I'm lying about this, well, there you go. Bloomberg said it first. You see, what happened was that auditors found out that Ubisoft had improperly booked sales from a partnership as revenue under international financial reporting standards. But this review also required the French publisher to postpone recognizing some revenue that was tied to a deal signed in the second quarter of its 2026 fiscal year, as Bloomberg said themselves. So I decided to look into this myself. I even went ahead and asked things like Grok and more to, look at all of this through an unbiased lens, and the stuff I got back was pretty ridiculous, I gotta say. So what I discovered was that Ubisoft actually, kind of lied to their investors and even the auditors to mask their own incompetence via this deal. You see, this big partnership deal with Tencent was instead used as a smokescreen to hide the bullet wounds that are laying all over Ubisoft's chest right now. But when they first announced their financial statements recently, technically speaking, Ubisoft violated not one, but two accounting rules that go against the IFRS, or International Financial Reporting Standards for short. So the first thing Ubisoft did was they booked the money they got from Tencent, which was an investment, make sure to remember that, an investment to save them due to their own financial stupidity, and Ubisoft then swindled the deal into making that money seem like it would be classified as revenue, which is technically not allowed again in the IFRS standards of practice. Ubisoft will likely receive this payment up front, but even then, it is still not revenue. It is money meant to keep them alive so that they don't go under and have mass layoffs. So that's not revenue, because again, it's not money that Ubisoft has generated via selling their products to their consumers or anything like that. But you see, what Ubisoft did with Tencent's cash infusion was they counted that money immediately as a chunk of normal game sales revenue to then fit that into their quarterly results, thereby making Tencent's saving cash infusion be viewed as if the money came from actual game sales, which they have not clearly. But you see, under the IFRS, that money is not normal sales revenue. Yet anyways, it's instead, like I said, an advanced licensing prepayment. The thing is that you can only recognize it as revenue when certain conditions are met. For example, if a game made under this new agreement gets launched, like say a new Assassin's Creed game, then yes, you can then count what that makes as revenue, obviously. But as of right now, as far as we know, that is not the case, because obviously Vantage Studios, which like they said in the press release, only began proper as an actual studio on October 1st, 2025. So obviously there was nowhere near enough time between then and now for a full game to be released. Therefore, what Ubisoft has done here is instead lie to their investors to make it seem like they're actually profitable when they aren't yet anyways. So this was done to make Ubisoft's quarterly earnings spike, but that money, like I said, is not revenue, so it doesn't count. This is like someone going to a cash loan place, taking out $500 and then saying and flaunting around and saying, look at me, I made $500. Well, you have the 500, I guess, but you didn't make that money. You just asked someone for it, you loaned it. And now you also own interest on that money, which means you're likely going to go into the negatives actually by having that money. You see what I mean? It's like snake oil salesman stuff at play. It's classic Ubisoft moves if you ask me. So why does this all matter, and why is it super shady for Ubisoft to do? Well, it's because they're lying. They're currently in a loaning situation with a Chinese megacorporation that is Tencent, that is standing behind them with their hands on Ubisoft's shoulders, breathing down their necks constantly. What this really is an accounting restatement. What this usually results in will be that Ubisoft will then have to correctly report previously reported numbers and then adjust them. So when that happens, the shoe will drop, because it will inevitably show that Ubisoft's revenue and profit were actually much lower than what they've already announced recently, which will, yes, annoy and anger investors aplenty. The reason why this is terrible is because one of the worst things you can do to your investors is lie to them, obviously. But also that in the world of finance like this, nobody likes surprises. It of course erodes the trust between the investor and the company they're investing in, and it usually leads to the stock price dropping as well. Which, if you're investing millions of dollars into something and they tell you, hey, everything is great, and then sometime later you find out that actually everything is not great anymore, yeah, you're gonna want someone's head on a spike, all right. Hilariously, following this original news, which Ubisoft tried to say, hey, look at us, our stock went up, we're doing so great, it turned out that wasn't the case at all, actually. For example, just a few weeks before this deal even went through, this is what Ubisoft stocks and value looked like. As you can see here, in November 2020, when Assassin's Creed Valhalla came out, they were making bank. But in 5 years since then, that number has only gone down and down some more, to the point where even Assassin's Creed Shadows couldn't save them either. Even if you go look at their their current like stock prices, it's up barely a few percent at best. It's not doing amazing. Now, I won't go as far as to say that Ubisoft committed fraud. I won't say that. However, they did straight up lie and swindle their numbers in order to make the public perception make them seem like they're on top of the world right now when they're anything but that. But this was all done to ensure that Ubisoft's short term, and that's important, looks better, likely to lure more investors into giving them more money. But make no mistake that Ubisoft themselves are still pretty much broke, and they are completely and totally, like Bloomberg reported, relying on that Tencent loan to keep them alive. And that is very, very bad because it leaves Ubisoft with very little bargaining power. It's hard to negotiate with pirates when you're the one that's standing on the plank looking down on the ocean. You know what I mean? A good way of looking at this, let me use an analogy, okay? Let me explain it this way for you. Imagine you're in a restaurant and someone pays you upfront $1 million to your restaurant for 10 years of VIP meals in the future, okay? What Ubisoft basically did was they decided to count a big part of that $1 million that was given to you in this restaurant scenario as food sales, despite no food actually being made yet. Does that make sense? However, what the auditors have then forced Ubisoft to do was treat that money as a liability, or money we now owe in future meals at our restaurant, basically. And then by doing this, it means that the money given to Ubisoft in this restaurant analogy can only be counted as revenue in very small incremental pieces as the person who gave you that $1 million for the VIP meals eats every single meal individually. Then, as every meal is eaten one by one in small increments over time, that can be considered revenue, but not the whole amount that was given to you. Hopefully that makes sense. And Ubisoft is now instead trying to say actually it's all revenue, but again, it's not. Ultimately, what Ubisoft did was they tried to count their partnership money with Tencent too eagerly to be instead used as normal revenue. And the auditors are now forcing them to revert that because they're not only just lying at that point, but they are going to be swindling investors by saying that too. So I don't want to hear nobody saying Ubisoft is doing amazing now, because if you think that, your skull is likely soft, and when the wind hits your head, you'll likely hear a whistling of wind too. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? Ubisoft won't disappear or anything overnight, but you really gotta be stupid if you think they're the ones in charge of their own destiny here. Tencent has been circling Ubisoft like literal sharks for years now because they know if they can control the IPs that Ubisoft owns, they could make billions in the future. We've already seen the absolute domination of Eastern-made media across the board. Imagining what Vantage can do here with Assassin's Creed under Tencent's watchful eye, it's both exciting, but it's also alarming too. Because Tencent is known for a lot of monetization in their games, which, I mean, Ubisoft has done that too, I know that, but at the very least, if Tencent can steer Ubisoft's IPs towards being fun games again and not whatever they were doing for years ago, we might be cooking here. But the reality is that either way, once these future games come out, and assume that they do well, Tencent's power will just continue to grow over Ubisoft, especially if their finances, start to go back up too. Because the investors will obviously look at Tencent's direction for Ubisoft under Vantage Studios and go, wow, they made us billions of dollars. We should let them keep making us more billions of dollars. Besides, we already know that Ubisoft's CEO, Yves Guillemot, is mostly in a passive role right now anyways. The Guillemot family is practically going to live forever off the royalties of these IPs alone. They don't really have to work for anything. But what we are witnessing, no two ways about it really, is the rise of China in video games. And now that they have their hands on like Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, and Far Cry no less, like those are really big IPs, dude. It's going to lead to some serious bargaining power in the future. As Martin Lau, that's the CEO of Tencent, said, as you can see here, he's excited, of course, for this partnership through Vantage. And he knows that because they're going to make so much more money, and they are literally in a better vantage point than Ubisoft on this too. Like, this is a new beginning, but not really for Ubisoft, because it's really a Tencent operation at the end of the day. Like, their money is what's financing all of this. You don't get saved by foreign investors in the billions and have much of a say in anything. Like, Ubisoft is practically at this point a puppet that's on Tencent's hand. I did talk to some of my buddies at Ubisoft recently about this, and it is dire the way that they're painting it to me. I was told that Ubisoft, prior to Tencent coming in, they were somewhere near maybe $2 billion plus in debt alone, and that Tencent bought about half of that so far. Their contract currently says that Tencent cannot intervene further for about 2 years. That's what they told me. So by 2027, you're going to see even more aggressive Tencent control is what I'm told. But Shadows did not save them whatsoever. In fact, it actually lost them money. That's how Tencent came swooping in the way that they did. We already know, as reported here back on November 1st, that Shadows was confirmed to be the lowest selling game of the past 5 Assassin's Creed entries. Even GameFile tried to run damage control as seen here, where they report that the Assassin's Creed franchise as a whole is overperforming. Yet they do you do not give sales numbers on Shadows, yeah, because we already have those earlier this month, it was sitting somewhere around 4 million, which for other games that may be a lot, but not when your game is a $350 million sinkhole, and that doesn't even include marketing. I need to remind you that Ubisoft doesn't even get 100% of every purchase anyways. They have to share that with every platform holder too. As for Assassin's Creed as a franchise overperforming, I mean, that's older games. They're a lot cheaper now. That's good for them. Like, that's some good bargaining power at least. But don't use Shadows as a gotcha. Like, of all things, maybe go use Mirage. Mirage is still doing great. It just got a new expansion, by the way, that was free. It was, by the way, paid by the Saudi Arabian government, by the way, which is, you know, more foreign invested money just getting thrown around. But, you know, that's another story, I guess. But I get why Ubisoft is trying to spin this story right now, because it's typical company nonsense, you know, like they want to look better than they're doing. I get that. But the be-all end-all thing we all need to realize is you don't need another billion-dollar corporation to come in and then inject your company with more money than your company is worth in its totality if you were doing well in the first place. That's just not how it works. Although, I can only guess right now what Vantage has decided for these franchises so far. I would love a Far Cry game set in like Russia during the Cold War, or maybe in Vietnam during that war. That would actually be pretty cool to see. Or an Assassin's Creed game set in Babylon, or give me a sequel game to Bayek and Aya going to Rome already. Rainbow Six, however, I'm not really into that series myself, so towards it, it's really for me, so whatever they do, they're neutral to what they end up doing. Like, Rainbow Six, I'm happy for you, but it's just not, but that's okay. I also just wonder where this leaves stuff like Beyond Good and Evil 2. That game has been in development for like 10 years, maybe if not more. Is that ever going to come out now? But anyways, as Eurogamer reported here, Ubisoft still believes in the future of AI, which is concerning to say the least, but according to Yves Guillemot, Ubisoft's Vantage Studio is now using generative AI across every part of their games going forward. Here's what he said. We are making great strides in applying generative AI to high-value use cases that bring tangible benefits to our players and teams. It's as big of a revolution for our industry as the shift to 3D, and we have everything to lead on this front. He says more, but it's just the usual corporate stuff that we're all used to hearing. Pretty much, he just confirms they're using generative AI everywhere, okay? Which is concerning depending on who you ask, I guess. Because obviously, Arc Raiders got attacked for using generative AI lines, and people tried to boycott that game, which didn't work, obviously, because it's still doing amazing. Not to mention Black Ops 7, which had the AI calling cards and more, which was also made using similar technology. So knowing Ubisoft, I can only imagine this technology is going to be used in some equally baffling ways. So far, apparently, they are using it for NPC crowds in their games. So that's similar to how Arc Raiders use it in a way too. I guess they think it's better to just generate random lines for NPCs to say out in the world than pay people to do it instead. Which, if that's true, it ends up being the case, well, Eurogamer will then have to score the next Assassin's Creed or Far Cry low on principle alone, like they did with Arc Raiders, or they will be seen as hypocrites. I guess I'll ask you guys then, is generative AI use in games in the future the next big thing? Is it as big as going from 2D games to 3D? Or are you just worried that it could ruin things further? I guess let me know in the comments. As Reuters reported here, this new Vantage Studio thing is worth somewhere near $4 billion, but that's just estimates, of course. We'll have to wait and see what they do. But as they say here, under the agreement, Tencent must hold its Vantage stake for 5 years unless Ubisoft loses its majority interest. That's key. And that Ubisoft is required to keep control for at least 2 years. Oh, that's literally what my guy told me too. So if Ubisoft's ownership changes in a board approval deal, it can then buy back Tencent shares at market price, but if it declines, Tencent can force a sale. That is not good. So like what I heard before, that Tencent wants to buy Ubisoft, that's still obviously on the table. Their end game here is to finance Ubisoft's new studio for now, and then eventually, hopefully, just buy them completely. That really is the whole reason why Tencent is even a part of this to begin with. Otherwise, this holds no reason for them to do anything that they're doing. I think ultimately, eventually, Tencent will just own Ubisoft in its entirety, and the Guillemot family will be pushed out in every aspect. The reality is the Assassin's Creed franchise alone is worth a lot more money than Ubisoft is capable of making themselves these days. And if you look at how China has been exploding with their games lately, both quality-wise and just Asian games in general, from Where Winds Meet, Wuchang, Black Myth, and so many more, that's only going to increase, not lessen. I mean, the seeds are already being planted for Ubisoft's future, guys. Like, look here from October 2025 at PC Gamer. Mark Alexis Cody, who used to run Assassin's Creed pretty much, he got pushed out of the company recently. He even admits himself that once Tencent took over, they offered him a position at at Vantage, but this new position was basically a demotion of what he was originally doing. As they state here for you to see, it wasn't his choice to leave Ubisoft. So yeah, Tencent's basically pushing him out and then some. Again, Mark was responsible for Assassin's Creed Shadows and how that went, from the design, the story, the characters, everything. And Tencent, being the Chinese mega group they are, is obviously not for these sorts of things in games because they want to make money. Shocker, I know. So it's not really surprising they did this, but it is interesting how they said earlier that Vantage began work October 1st. This article is just 2 weeks after Vantage began proper. So that means they're already weeding people out, and Tencent is clearly starting their takeover from the get-go. It's pretty obvious. They want full control. Sure, they can't necessarily intervene 100% for 2 years due to the contract, but like I said, once 2027 hits, Tencent is probably going to Zerg rush Ubisoft with their people and just clean house, man. We do know at least that we will be getting one Ubisoft game in the coming months at least, as Insider Gaming reported here. The Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag remake is set to launch before March 31st, 2026. So since the Game Awards are around the corner, obviously, I fully expect an announcement trailer there for this. I'd be shocked if it wasn't there. This remake could be a very easy slam dunk for Vantage, assuming they don't change anything that could anger their fans. If they're able to just make a one-to-one remake and not ruin it in any way, yeah, it'll be a soaring success, no problem. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. If this Vantage Tencent thing can massage the problems out of these games, they're gonna make boatloads of money. I guess we'll see once this remake gets announced proper, but apparently also the Black Flag remake will have RPG stuff in it like Valhalla did. So I guess Edward will now have gear that he can wear to like make himself stronger, which wasn't present in the original game. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly, but I don't know how far the changes are going to go for this particular game, as I personally haven't heard much besides that it is just exists from people, I guess. I frankly didn't even ask much about it behind the scenes because from what I can tell, it's just a remake. I'm just more interested in the newer stuff than anything else pretty much. But as you can see, Ubisoft has already tried to swindle the word around their operations, and we're not even 2 months into Vantage existing yet. My prediction is Tencent will just buy them eventually. It might take them a few years, but that's the plan likely in the end. And what will happen if Assassin's Creed and Far Cry are under the guiding hand of Tencent? Probably a lot of free-to-play spin-off titles, I'm not gonna lie, and some crazy big AAA games in the future too. I guess we'll see, but Ubisoft is lucky, but also not lucky that Tencent is willing to save them right now. Because it might just end up being the monkey's paw, you know, curling its finger in the end if what happens ends up being what I think will happen, but time will tell. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, subscribe, and seriously, Ubisoft, go make a sequel game with Bayek and I already. You're leaving money on the table by ignoring the potential there, but alright, see you next time.
Hello everyone, it's Seth, probably better known as Saffron Olive, and it's time for another edition in our first Avatar edition of Budget Magic, and we're heading to our new post-ban Avatar standard format to play an ultra-budget, zero rare, zero mythic deck, Izzet Lessons, and I'm really excited for this deck, because I think Lessons actually have a chance to be really good, and I'm really excited that you can build them so cheaply. So let's talk about our Izzet Lesson deck, what it's trying to do, jump into some games, see the deck in action. So the question you probably have is, why play Lessons in Standard? There's not even any learn cards, so we're not tutoring them from our sideboard, and there's really two big cards, I would say, that are our primary payoffs for playing a bunch of Lessons. And card number one, the reason to play Lessons, the reason this deck exists, Accumulate Wisdom. 2-mana instant speed lesson says look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, but if you have 3 or more lessons in your graveyard, you put all of them in your hand. So if you're willing to play a bunch of lessons, and our deck is willing to play a bunch of lessons, this is a 2-mana draw 3 instant speed, which is kind of insane. And if we have Gran, which makes all of our spells cost 1 less if there's 3 or more lessons in our graveyard, it actually turns into a real Ancestral Recall. It's 1 mana instant speed draw 3, which is absurd that this exists in Standard. So payoff number 1, Accumulate Wisdom. The other big payoff for playing a bunch of lessons is Combustion Technique, a 2-mana instant lesson that deals 2 damage plus damage equal to the number of lessons in our graveyard to a creature, and if the creature would die, it gets exiled instead. So these 2 cards reward us for overloading on lessons, and if you look at our deck, we're playing a ton of lessons. The rest of our removal, we have Boomerang Basics, 1 mana sorcery speed, bounce something, if it's our thing, we draw a card. Firebending Lesson, it's basically like a Burst Lightning that only hits creatures. We have Iroh's Demonstration, 2 mana for 4 damage to a creature, or for 1 damage to each creature. And then we have Abandon Attachments, which is just 2 mana instant speed, discard a card, you can draw 2 cards. So we have a ton of lessons in the deck. So our deck is actually very good at turning on Accumulate Wisdom, at powering up Combustion Technique, at turning on Grand really early in the game. And once we start casting Accumulate Wisdoms, and we have a couple of stock ups too, ideally these cards just kind of chain together, and Accumulate Wisdom finds another Accumulate Wisdom and some other stuff, and we just have this endless source of card advantage to eventually close out the game. So how do we close out the game? And the answer is this pile of creatures right here. So these are our finishers. So for killing our opponent, we have a new addition, Dragonfly Swarm, a 3-mana star 3 with flying in Ward 1. Its power is equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in our graveyard. And when it dies, if there's a lesson in our graveyard, we should draw a card. So kind of like an Enigma Drake, essentially, with a little bit of ward, but our deck's pretty good at filling the graveyard with spells. So this is often like a 3-mana 5/3 flying Ward 1. And in the late game, it can usually be 8 power, 10 power, and closing out the game in just a couple of attacks. Then we have a bunch of creatures that are really expensive, but they get cheaper based on the number of spells in our graveyard. Tolarian Terror, the 7-drop Ward 2 5/5 that costs 1 less for instance and sorcery in our graveyard. Edymurt Crab, 7-mana 5/5 with flash, 1 less for the instants and sorceries in our graveyard, and it taps stuff down when it comes into play. The new addition, Serpent of the Past. This one's from the Avatar set. 7 mana. It costs 1 less for each non-creature, non-land in our graveyard. If we have 3 lessons in our graveyard or more, we can cast it with flash and it's a 6/5. And you can see we have kind of a weird split of these cards, because I'm honestly not sure which of them is best. They all do things slightly differently. On one level, they're all kind of the same card, is this 7-drop that's going to cost 1 or 2 mana, but they all do things a little differently. I think Edymurt Crab is the best, because you can flash it in and tap down a couple of blockers, a couple of potential attackers, but the problem with Edymurt Crab is it enters the battlefield tapped. Serpent of the Past, once we get the lessons in our graveyard, it doesn't tap down our opponent's stuff, but it doesn't enter tapped itself, so we can potentially eat a big attacker by flashing this in during combat. And then Tolarian Terror doesn't do anything spicy, but it does have Ward 2, and since it only has 1 blue mana symbol, it is the cheapest of these creatures. But really, that's the idea of the deck. Sling lessons in the early game, draw a ton of cards with Accumulate Wisdom, eventually start chaining together these big serpents and crabs, and use those to close out the game. So that's our Is It Lesson deck. I will say, the one place you can really see the budget aspect of the deck is in the mana base, where we have 9 islands, 9 mountains, and 4 particular lighthouses. So definitely a budget mana base, but I think hopefully none of our mana costs are actually like too extreme. It's mostly just 1 blue mana symbol, 1 red mana symbol, except for the finishers. So hopefully even this kind of limited looking mana base will be fine. But the upside of this mana base is it lets us play a literal 0 rare, 0 mythic deck. So this deck is as cheap as a deck can be on Magic Arena, and it's also very cheap to put together in paper as well. So anyway, let's jump into some games and see some Is It lessons in action. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll be back in a bit for the wrap up. Need some Magic cards? Well, you can snag them from our sponsor, Card King.
All over the world, from Beijing to Berlin, Sicily to San Francisco, billions of people share one thing in common: a love for noodles. And why not? This is one of the world's great culinary traditions, one of the few things ever created that's been equally favored by kings and peasants, beloved in its humblest form and at Michelin restaurants. But while so many cultures share this in common, what they don't share is any kind of agreement about where it came from, how it started, and why it's caught on in so many forms, in so many places. So today, well, we're diving into one of the most complicated and controversial topics in global cuisine, trying some of the world's great noodle dishes, talking to master chefs from 3 different continents, and making our best attempt at doing something that's never been done before, unraveling the incredible true story of the history of noodles.
Picked the wrong day to wear my tightest jeans.
In the last decade of the 13th century, just before Marco Polo was set to return home for the first time in 20 years, he was sailing along the southern coast of China on a diplomatic mission for the Emperor Kublai Khan. His ship was running low on food, so needing provisions, he sent a young sailor to the shore. A few hours later, First Mate Spaghetti returned carrying baskets of something fascinating and exciting. Polo was so impressed he went ashore himself and learned the recipe, and when he finally made it back to Italy, well, he would bring with him the technique that created pasta. Now, this story is not from Polo's travelogue or any history book. It was actually from a trade magazine in 1928, intended to create a legend meant to sell more pasta. And yet, this is now the story that's most widely repeated as fact. Look, I mean, I get it. Checking was harder back then, but within a decade it was in books and articles and academic texts, and it even made it into a Marco Polo movie starring Gary Cooper. But here's the thing. You can almost understand how this could happen because there was no other explanation for how the same thing seemed to come from everywhere. And it is the same thing, at least in recipe and technique, made by cooks in China and Italy, and Southeast Asia, the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of South America. The foundation for dishes as diverse as dan dan mien and spaghetti bolognese, Vietnamese pho and American mac and cheese. There's Thai Khanom Jin, Central Asian Lag Man, and 1,000 other dishes using 1,000 types of noodles. You can find noodles stir-fried on street corners and sold in the world's best restaurants, described in ancient stories by Jews, Buddhists, and Catholics, and part of the cuisine from the island tropics to the highest villages in the Himalayas. They're democratic, a food for everyone, from Chinese emperors to Bedouin nomads, but if they weren't spread by Marco Polo, then what actually happened? The truth is the story of noodles is actually far more interesting than the common myth, with all respect to Mr. Macaroni. And while this is going to take us pretty much to every corner of the planet, there is always a beginning. So let's start there. About 4,000 years ago, someone was making dinner at a campsite high up on the Tibetan plateau. The cook was a member of a nomadic tribe, but maybe not nomadic in the most common use of the word. Their people built towns and planted crops, but every few months they'd tear it all down and move to new grassland so their animals, horses, sheep, and yaks, could find better grazing. They lived primarily on what they could grow, relying on grains that matured quickly since they were constantly starting again. And the fastest and most efficient was something called millet. This was their staple. It's drought-resistant, suited for the dry Tibetan highlands, and it flourished in the rich soil along the Yellow River. Now, at the time of this dinner, the people of this vast landscape were from a culture known as the Qijia, whose ancestors had lived across the region since at least the 5th millennium BC, having migrated from the Caucasus through Central Asia. The Qijia were famed potters, noted Bronze Age craftsmen, but their contributions to food were unknown until very recently, when the contents of this dinner would unexpectedly turn up, perfectly preserved. In 2002, at a dig site in what today is China's Qinghai province, archaeologists found evidence of an ancient earthquake so intense that it opened a hole in the ground and then was followed by a massive flood of the Yellow River. Together, these two natural disasters sealed one of those elaborate Qijia bowls in perfect condition, a bowl that contained something immediately recognizable. So well preserved was this find that it almost looks like it could be rehydrated and served today, a boiled dough made from millet, cut into 10-centimeter long strands. This would be the oldest noodles ever found, and it is in what today is China. But it's important to mention that back then it wasn't, and over the next 4,000 years, well, this part of the plateau would become part of countless kingdoms and empires. It would change hands back and forth between the Tibetans, the Uzbeks, Mongols, and Chinese, before officially becoming a part of China as recently as the 18th century. So who gets credit for this invention is complicated. Anyway, what's not complicated is what would happen next. When noodles show up again in the archaeological record about 1,000 years later, we find them downstream, further east along the Yellow River, showing up in so many dig sites that we know they'd become an essential part of everyday cuisine. This would be the real start of the story of the spread of noodles, a place in China's Gansu province that is today the namesake of perhaps the country's most famous noodle dish, Lanzhou Lamian, from, of course, the city of Lanzhou. The sight of someone stretching noodles like this, accompanied by the smell of stock pots of beef seasoned with cinnamon, well, for people all across today's China, it means it's time for lunch. Today, this dish is the domain of Gansu's Hui Muslims, but their specialty has long gone mainstream. There are more than 100,000 Lanzhou Lamian, or hand-pulled noodle shops, just in that country alone, and more showing up overseas, like here in Bangkok, where the chef, Mr. Zhao, arrived straight from Lanzhou City to teach his technique to local staff.
做兰州拉面不容易，这有一点麻烦，怎么做？
需要力气，它需要有力气、有技巧。一般在我们兰州做这个的，最少要5年起步，要做5年才能成为一个师傅，这样子的。
Making noodles in the Lanzhou way is an ancient technique. It's actually exactly the same way historians guess these were made 4,000 years ago. It requires no equipment at all, just an incredible amount of strength, patience, and practice. But even that's not enough. If you try to make a dough just like this into noodles at home, well, you're gonna fail. It's almost impossible with a standard dough of flour and water. But maybe the secret, the reason why the dough used for bread everywhere else was made into noodles along the Northwest Yellow River, well, that's because there's a secret ingredient, an alkaline powder made from an endemic local plant, one that allows the dough to stretch.
蓬灰它是在甘肃一些戈壁滩上，它生长出来一种植物，它是长这么大，它是叫蓬草，然后把那个烧完以后做成灰，把它烧化了以后，它那个 灰烬烧那个灰烬，然后做成跟石头一样，然后在锅里面煮啊煮了很久很久以后，它做出来那东西叫蓬灰水，然后用那蓬灰水在面里面加进去以后，揉，然后就可以拉了。
It's really toothsome. Like, you can probably tell just from looking at it. But these do not have the same texture as like what you'd expect. You know, if you see, this looks like spaghetti, you know, if that's your frame of reference. But it's not. It's really thick and chewy and, you know, springy. That's the thing that, like, pulling it the way that they do. When you see them beating it on the counter, all of that is just to kind of work the gluten to get it to have this amazing texture. How many bowls of noodles do we have to eat today? 7? 7? The 7? All right, well, I'm gonna finish this anyway.
All right, we've already talked about the oldest archaeological evidence of noodles, but after those finds in Qinghai and Gansu, it would take another few hundred years before they show up anywhere else. And when that would happen, in the capital of the First Chinese Empire, well, the noodles had taken on a very different form. This time, what we find was made not by stretching by hand. I mean, further from the plateau, there was no peng hui, but instead by the much simpler technique of making a bread dough and then cutting or pinching off small pieces directly into boiling water. The name in Old Chinese for this was tangbing, which literally translates to soup bread. And by the way, just like Lanzhou La Mian, this also still exists and is sold across the Northwest as mian pierre, or basically sliced noodles. There was also a method of roughly cutting long strips of dough, a dish today called biang biang mian, famous for its thick texture and also the most complicated character in the entire Chinese written language. Anyway, noodles in these forms would catch on in Xi'an, the seat of Chinese power, and from there it wouldn't take long before the idea of boiling dough in water would spread far and wide. The years of the Han Dynasty, from about 200 BC to 200 AD, can be considered the glory days of the explosion of noodles across the country, especially in the northern regions where wheat was the primary staple and bread dough was already well known. As a unified Chinese culture began to take shape under the Han, noodles were very much a part of it, spreading from Xi'an to all major cities, and each place making their own out of whatever they were using for flour. If you had flour, you made noodles, and that's actually how we get the modern Chinese name, mian, the same character for both words. Mian was eaten across all social classes throughout China, and as the empire was expanding, fighting wars along the frontier, their army would be sustained with rations of noodles, bringing la mian from the west, which would become Central Asian lagman, and from the south, a dish called lao mian, which is what we now call the lo mein of Guangdong and abroad. Now, to make lao mian, the Han army would use available local supplies of wheat, buckwheat, or millet, but when they'd arrive in places that didn't have any of those, well, they'd find a way to make do anyway. And that's how more than 2,000 years ago we see the first rice noodles, made by northerners sent to subdue the coastal south and along the border with Southeast Asia. These rice noodles would, of course, come to define the cuisine in much of that region, leading to the stuff we know today, from Chinese changfen to Thailand's pad thai to Vietnamese pho. But I do need to point out that these rice noodles weren't actually the first ever made. There was already an ethnic group based in what's now Myanmar who'd been making their version for generations. Now, I won't spend too much time on that story because we covered it already in our video about rice, but the very short version is it was called hanom chin, a specialty of the Mon people who made their noodles by extruding a dough made of rice into boiling water. They'd bring hanom chin to Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and as far away as Sri Lanka and southern India. And today it's still the basis of things like kanom jin, mohinga, and the Tamil idiyappam. This was an ancient noodle that took a separate track from the Chinese soup bread. But the crazy thing is, if you go back far enough, they probably had the same point of origin. See, the Mon people, before they settled Southeast Asia, well, according to genetic research, they came from the Tongula Mountains of the Tibetan Plateau in, of course, what's now Qinghai, following the riverlands south while their cousins headed east, both adapting their own noodle techniques to available ingredients. So if we put the pieces together, you could say that all the noodles that today make up East and South Asian cuisine quite possibly trace their roots back to whoever made that first bowl of noodles high up on the Tibetan plateau. So even though we have a long way to go, before we look to the west, let's take a quick trip to the shadows of the Himalayas to find out what's still made there today, the noodles still beloved by the descendants of the people who made that very first dish. All right, Tukpa, the noodle soup of the Himalayas, Tibet, which is what this restaurant is serving the cuisine of, but also, sorry, I almost hit you in the face, Nepal and Bhutan, where this is one of the national dishes, and then the northeast of India, you'll also find versions of Tukpa. Today, you don't see the noodles made from millet quite as often. Barley is the staple grain of the Tibetan plateau, and that's why I also ordered this stuff, which is a little bit more recognizably Nepalese, Tibetan, Himalayan, the legendary momos, and this, which is called tingmo, which is a steamed Tibetan bread. And Daria asked me what's inside, and I don't know. I just picked something off the menu, and the answer is
Nothing.
Nothing. Here's the thing about tukpak. It's a word that basically means noodle soup. I mean, not basically, it's a word that means noodle soup. So you look at this and you say, well, that doesn't look like the oldest versions that you would find if you're actually traveling in the Himalayas. True, but by definition, this is tukpak. And yeah, the only real difference is that this is the version that is, I guess, most well known today and what people from Tibet and Nepal who come into this restaurant want. All right, let's go back to the 2nd century BC. The Han Dynasty is in control of a rapidly expanding China, and while their conquests would stop just to the east of the Tibetan Plateau, their reach would extend as far as the other side of the known world, thanks to the diplomatic missions of a man named Jiang Qian. Now, Jiang was a military officer, one of those responsible for spreading Lao Mian to the Chinese borderlands on his path of conquest. But during one of those battles, he was captured and taken into slavery for the next 13 years deep in Central Asia, in what's now Tajikistan. Anyway, long story short, when he finally escaped, he returned to Xi'an and explained to the Han Emperor that the vast lands to the west were not, as the Chinese had believed, a barbarian wilderness, but actually the home to thriving and advanced civilizations. So Jiang was sent away again, this time as a diplomat, where he'd travel with a large royal envoy from kingdom to kingdom, making contact with the Persians, the Macedonians, and the Indians, and establishing a network of trade and commerce that today we call the Silk Road. Now, it would stand to reason that since we know Jiang himself had been a part of introducing noodles to the border regions, well, he probably brought them along while he explored to the west as well, which is another common story as to how noodles first arrived in Europe. Except there's one problem with this theory, which is that by the time of the Silk Road, hell, before the first Lanzhou La Mian, well, we find evidence of the very same stuff 7,000 kilometers away, made by another civilization altogether. Which means if we want to understand the real story, well, we need to start again from the very beginning. It's the year 1000 BC, and the Greek Empire is just beginning to take shape. 200 years before Homer and 700 years prior to the conquests of Alexander the Great. At the time, Hellenistic society was more a collective of warring states in the middle of an era called the Greek Dark Ages, with a changing culture and a new written language absorbed from the Phoenicians. And in some of that earliest writing, well, we find record of a dough made of flour and water, rolled out into sheets and baked with vegetables. It was called laganon, a name and meal that still survives today. And speaking of names, the dough they were using had one too. It was called paste. Now, this is not a guess, and it's not a minor footnote of history. Paste was a major component of the Dark Age Greek diet, left in the tombs of the wealthy alongside jugs of wine, and by the time of the rise of the empire, we even know it was being served in noodle form thanks, of course, to mythology, with Hephaestus, the son of Zeus, credited with inventing a tool to cut paste into string-like shapes. In the 5th century BC, at the same time as Lanzhou La Mian first shows up on the other side of the world, the Greek playwright Euripides premiered a story about a woman named Macaria volunteering herself for sacrifice to help Athens survive a brutal war. This was said to inspire a dish made from barley flour named in her honor and served at funerals, something.
The Fillion situation is crazy, guys. She says, keep your mouth open, I'm almost finished. How could she do that to me? It's insane! The frick is wrong with you? Fillion? Is she gonna objectify me again?
No.
She's gonna flick her bean again! What?
Very good. I jaked it. Sorry. I said I jaked it, sorry.
She just said she jacked it! Fillion situation is crazy, guys. She says, keep your mouth open, I'm almost finished. How? Remember the friend that I said I met this year and then she was very nice to me? We went out to dinner and she got me a bouquet of flowers.
But the bouquet of flowers, I like displayed it. And then Mama Rat, she walks into my room the next day and she like leans against the door and she gives me that look. You know that look? And then she's like, hey babe, who gave you the flowers? I was like, what? My friend did. And then she's like, huh? I'm like, yeah, I went out with my friend. And then she's like, oh, I thought you got it from someone special. And I'm like, I'm sorry for disappointing you. And then Anarat came over and she thought the exact same thing. God damn it. Why is everyone so desperate? For me.
It's because you're a lost cause? True. It's a very pretty bouquet of flowers. Remember the friend that I said I met this year and then she was very nice to me?
Well, my dear trainer, you've best...
Thing called Makaria, another word that continues to the present. As the Greek Empire expanded, settlers ventured west in boats along the Mediterranean, sailing south of Sicily and building villages along the west coast of Italy, with their first mainland colony, the city of Cumae, just outside today's Naples. In Cumae and neighboring settlements, the Greek began to trade influence with the local people, a group called the Etruscans, with artwork from as far back as 400 BC, showing the process of rolling and forming pasta. And while the next 300 years of written history focuses more on the wars and battles that built a new empire based in Rome, by the time we reach the 1st century BC, just as the Han Dynasty was introducing Lao Mian across China, pasta was spreading just as fast through Roman society. The poet Horace, to show that he was a man of the people, wrote that every day he'd come home to enjoy a meal of laganon, the adapted name from Greek laganon, served in a soup with leeks and peas. And Cicero, the famous Roman statesman, wrote of his love for consuming pasta, in fact complaining of stomach aches from being unable to stop himself from eating too much. Which honestly reminds me of my first trip to Italy and is a perfect segue, both to the next part of our story and to our next meal. Welcome to heaven, or at least this city's best place for homemade Italian-style pasta. It's a restaurant called La Dotta, an old nickname from the city of Bologna meaning master. Here, the master is a chef named Francesco, who invited us not just to try some of his recipes, but to learn how Italian pasta has been made since the days of Rome.
So this is a very thick and dense consistency of the dough. This will give a firm consistency. This kind of dough and this approach of using only duck eggs comes straight from Emilia-Romagna, which is considered to be the mother of fresh pasta in Italy. I use this dough to realize the shape of tagliolini, tagliatelle and pappardelle, or otherwise also called to be the three sisters of fresh pasta from Italians. Now I'm cutting this sheet of dough into rectangulars of roughly 30 centimeters. And 30 centimeters is not a casualty size. 30 centimeters is the size decided by Italians in order to get a long pasta that can be wrinkled in the fork without using any spoon. Okay.
Do you still enjoy doing this?
A lot. Every day. Here we have a dough based only on flour, water, so the purest definition of Italian pasta, and the fat of the eggs. It's replaced by the olive oil.
I mean, how could you possibly see this and not get excited? And beautiful. One thing that I think is really interesting about pasta is that if you look into food history, there's a lot of things that are, you know, commoners' dishes that eventually became accepted by everybody. And there are other dishes that were only served in royal palaces that maybe in the 1800s or 1900s you see start to filter out to the people. And then you have pasta, and there are very few other things that I can think of anywhere in the world that have always, since the beginning of time, at least as far back as we can find, been accepted by anybody. It doesn't matter your social class. You can be, you know, the wealthiest family to the most humble peasants. You know, pasta was the one thing that would connect different classes. Is that fair to say?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, is mostly speaking in terms of shapes that this distinction must be done. Pasta was born as a staple, as you said, food, so affordable from menu for most of the people. It's very interesting how to notice how the shapes changed until Renaissance, for example, where in Italy we started for the first time seeing the filled pasta or the most elaborated shapes, and that's the time where pasta makes the distinction between rich and poor. Filled pasta was something that rich people used to ask to their chefs to have something astonishing, unusual, and beautiful to show during their banquets. So this is when pasta moved to be from being a staple ingredient to be something, a showcase of skills and capabilities of chefs, and affordable from a very small niche of people. I started being passionate in food since I really was a baby, I would say, and this is not just to be rhetoric, but it's actually true. I was 5 or 6 years old when I started for the first time falling in love with realizing pasta. My memories are not to my grandma, but is a kind of a fun history behind. My mom used to make the fresh pasta at home a couple of times per month, okay? This was usually happening on a Sunday, where where her sisters were joining her, and everybody was making the pasta in a big kitchen for the next 1 or 2 weeks. Okay, for me as a baby, this was a perfect excuse to don't go to church on a Sunday without feeling guilty and still being the opportunity to learn how to make pasta. In this order, I suggest you to start with the burrata ravioli, then the panzotti, then the tagliatelle duck ragu, then go to the saffron gnocchi and keep these for the last 2 because are the more intense ones.
Okay.
Okay.
Boris, who's behind the camera, I promise you I'm going to be as fast as I can to give you tasting notes on these so you don't have to sit here and just watch me. Daria, just sit. I know you haven't had lunch yet. I'm on my, I don't know, I had a couple meals already. I've been in Thailand so long, I'm used to using the fork and spoon. Yeah.
Please be free.
The pasta that would spread from ancient Greece would, of course, become forever associated with Italy and Italian culture. And that's fair. While the Greeks might have created their version of the technique, the Italians perfected the art form and made it their national cuisine. But this was not the Greeks' only pasta legacy. Among the foods of the early Greek Empire, one of the most well-known was a snack called itrion, made from honey and sesame, deep-fried in oil and given to hoplite soldiers as what's often called an ancient energy bar. Itrion is widely recorded and a recipe still well-known today. But what isn't as well known is that oil was extremely expensive, and after only a short amount of time, itrion would change into something else entirely, with the dough boiled instead of fried, served still with honey along with other sweet toppings. And just like any other pasta, the name would change to the plural form, with itrion becoming itria. And this is very important because by the turn of the millennium, we see the word itria suddenly appear in a lot of surprising places. It was first recorded in Aramaic, the language of the Holy Land, referred to in the Jerusalem Talmud as a dish of boiled noodles. Itria would also be the name of an Arab dish from around the same time, a pasta with cinnamon and raisins. The name of that dish, by the way, would quickly become the more Arabic-sounding alitria, which we see in ancient Syria describing thin noodles like vermicelli. The Arabs would spread the dish and the name wherever they would fight or trade. North Africa, the Middle East, and even as far as the Iberian Peninsula, where in Portugal, to this day, the word for a sweet pasta dish is alatria. Now, the Arabs might not be as well known for contributions to noodle culture as the Chinese or Italians, but they would actually provide two innovations that rank among the most important throughout noodle history. The first was the use of durum as flour, a grain native to North Africa and long used by a people called the Berbers, who were conquered by the Arabs in the 7th century, right before the Arabs would also take control of the island of Sicily. Durum, brought from Africa by the Arabs to Italy, would quickly become the most essential component in pasta, today known by the name of semolina. And second, as Arabic traders along the Silk Road made long journeys through the hot desert, they developed a technique that would change food forever. The first ever method of drying pasta for preservation. Now, what this actually meant was that even though the Chinese created the Silk Road, the noodles that were spread throughout its cities were brought not from China, but from the Middle East, using Italian techniques derived from the Greeks made from flour endemic to North Africa. Anyway, the dried noodles carried by Arab traders primarily took on two forms. Long flat strips not unlike today's fettuccine, and maybe most fascinating as hollow cylinders, which is thought to be the origins of what we now call penne. They would also pioneer another shape of pasta, this time created in Sicily during the years of occupation. This was made into small ovals like grains of rice, known today as orzo. Nowadays, throughout the Muslim world, noodles might not be as famous as staples like flatbread and meals based on rice, but they are still there, one of the oldest surviving relics of the region's ancient cuisine. Almost country by country, there's a noodle dish with a storied history, from Syria's rococo adas to the Lebanese Bedouin rishta made with noodles and lentils. There's the besh barmak of Muslim Central Asia, and from what's now Iran, a Persian staple that first appears in the record just as pasta began to spread along the Silk Road. It's one of the oldest noodle dishes found anywhere, a delicacy called osh rashteh. And that brings us to our next meal.
I have this, sometimes I feel bad that we ask somebody, do you mind if we film here? And my way of getting around that and not feeling so guilty is by over ordering to show that we're supporting the restaurant. We still have a lot of food left to go. Man, this is, I've never had this before. I'm so excited. That's unbelievable how good that is. Man, that tastes, how do I describe this? That tastes almost like That's not anything like anything else we've tried today. Wheat noodle in a soup that's thick. It almost tastes like there's some kind of dill. There's like pickled, I don't know if it's mustard greens. I'm clueless about this. This is such a completely different flavor profile for me. It's somehow bright, a little bit acidic from the pickling, but it still has that depth of flavor and heartiness from all the different kinds of beans and of course the wheat noodles in this. It's wild how good that is. So this comes with 4 sides that are meant to be mixed in. There's a mint oil, there's fried garlic, fried shallots, and this, which I'm going to try by itself, that the chef told us is made from goat milk. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how to describe.
By the 8th century AD, dried pasta spread by the Arabs had become dominant along the Silk Road, with the Chinese still hundreds of years away from discovering their own method of that technique. But that doesn't mean that Chinese mian wasn't also spreading abroad as well. In fact, this time period can be considered perhaps the second golden age of the expansion of China's version of noodles. But not because of trade. This time the trigger was religion. Now, to tell this story, we need to start by going back one more time to the days of the Han Dynasty, and specifically the royal court of the same man who sent Jiang Qian on that Silk Road mission all those years ago, the Emperor Wu. Now, Wu was regarded as a tremendous leader, investing in arts and music and establishing a groundbreaking code of laws. He was also a devout follower of Confucian teachings and said to be deeply superstitious. Among his beliefs was that you could tell how long a person would live by the size of their face, with a longer face indicative of a better lifespan. But Emperor Wu had a problem, which was that he himself had a depressingly normal-sized face. So he needed to find a way to change his destiny. Now, in Chinese, the word for face is mian, which, as you'll remember, is exactly the same as the word for noodle, with just a slight difference in the written character. So if Wu couldn't have a long face, well, he'd ask his cooks to prepare impossibly long noodles for him to eat. Now, this might sound crazy, but here's the thing. The guy ended up ruling for 54 years, a record that would last into the 17th century. So his superstition went mainstream. Now, did any of this actually happen? Who knows? The story itself wouldn't be recorded in writing until the Tang Dynasty, and it wasn't the only similar account that was published at that time. There's also a story about the Tang Emperor Xuanzong, whose most valued possession was a robe made of purple silk, which he traded in exchange for a magic bowl of noodles, or rather, noodle. And that's why not only would he rule for 44 years, but for a while seemed almost invincible, outlasting 2 attempted coups and a massive rebellion. Either way, by the 8th century AD, all across China, people were slurping up bowls of shoumian, or longevity noodles. And the 8th century is also when something else would happen that would change China forever: the spread of Buddhism throughout the empire. Now, we've covered this topic before on the channel, but as monks began to fan out across the region, we see the beginning of a new category of Chinese food, what we now call Jie, or Buddhist cuisine. This would be the genesis of things like soy sauce and tofu, and thanks to their association with a long life, noodles would become an important addition to a monk's diet. It was through the spread of religion that we find the first evidence of noodles introduced to the Philippines, what we now call pancit, to Korea, a dish known as guksu, and to Japan, which is where we find the next part of our story, and perhaps the epicenter of noodle mythology. Now, I'll make this quick, but basically this involves a man known as Bodhisena, born in India in the year 704. A devout Buddhist, in his early 20s, he received a revelation that he was to travel to China to meet the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva Manjusri. So he set off.
Today we're testing the internet's craziest one-star meat gadgets. From a 1400-degree searing machine, to a legit steak chainsaw, to whatever the hell this thing is. Today we put them all to the test. And starting off with this hand-cranked deli slicer. Tim said, silly hand-cranked toy, it looks like it's made for a child. Well, we're gonna find out. Pretty good amount of moving pieces on this thing. We got this part here that appears to control the thickness. And of course we got this big old chub of bologna. Honestly, might be too big.
That's what she said!
And then what do I crank this? Oh yeah, oh my gosh. Crank like so, pulling it towards myself. Oh my God. I think this is too big. I'm gonna cut this in half and try it again. Okay, this piece is a lot more manageable. Yep, oh yeah, oh man. It's also kind of weird how it just flops down and like hits the plastic, like there's no loading bay. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Definitely not the most durable item on the planet, but we did get a few decent slices for a sandwich. All right, Kyle.
That's a sandwich.
Is it bad that I like it? All that said, I do kind of agree with that guy. It feels more like a toy, and for that reason, I'm also giving it 1 star. Have some mustard to that. It's delicious. Next up, the Defrost Express. Nicole said that after 90 minutes, the meat that was touching the pan was barely thawed. So it says this thing will allow you to defrost steaks in 25 minutes rather than the hour it would normally take. But I've always been kind of skeptical of these things. 2 identical frozen steaks. We'll throw one on the defrosting pad, the other on a regular plate, and we'll check back in 30 minutes. And just like that, it's been exactly 30 minutes. This one is completely frozen, whereas this one has at least started the defrosting process. Though, as you can see, the inside here is still more than frozen. So yes, this does help things defrost. By no means does it do so in 30 minutes or less. So for that reason, I'm giving it 2.5 stars. Next up, we have the 2-in-1 electric salt and pepper grinder, where Steven said it jammed right away. His tip to the next buyer is to spend your money elsewhere. This is kind of cool. There's a salt side and a pepper side. How do you open this thing? Oh, here we go. I mean, it feels a little flimsy. Let's see if this thing works. Pepper to the pepper side. Now we'll add the salt to the salt side. This kind of reminds me of one of those like peanut butter and jelly jars where they have the peanut butter and the jelly in one jar as like a swirl. I've always sort of liked those things. But either way, let's see if it works. Oh, wow. That is a great flow. Now the pepper. Feels like it's really working right now, but it is coming out pretty nicely. But my big question is whether or not I can do both at once. No. There's a light though, that's kind of cool. I mean, based on how it works, I gotta disagree with Steven, but the real question before I give it 5 stars, does this guy spin? That right there is an easy 5 stars. It spins. Next up, we have the 3-in-1 stuffed burger press. Cape Cod says, too many parts made to fail. I've always felt weird about burger presses. Like, making a burger just feels like something you should be able to do with your hands. There is a lot of pieces here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's made out of plastic and feels a little bit cheap. Let's see if it works. Start by putting this down, throw in there, give it a press, twist it off here. Ooh, this actually looks pretty good. And we'll push this off the bottom. Almost looks like tuna tartare or something. This is a perfect looking patty. But let's see how this looks once it's cooked. Season it with the 2-in-1. I absolutely love this thing. So far, so good. This is a very photogenic burger. I mean, I do sort of see his point, like there are a lot of pieces, but this is undeniably a perfect looking burger. I'm giving it 4.5 stars. Next up, we have the Sauces Injector, which claims to both tenderize and add flavor at the same time. Barry said he put the marinade in the unit and it sprayed right out the side all over, ruining his shirt in the process. I mean, I've seen meat tenderizers before that look like this, but never one that like actually injects liquid into it. Yeah, this is not what we want to see from a brand new product. This has clearly been used. I mean, look at that. It's like filled with leftover marinade. That thing is sticky. We have a good amount of sharp prongs for tenderization, and then I do see a few of them have holes, which theoretically should inject it with the liquid. Does it come with any directions? No. Oh, here we go. All right, nice. Oh, Why is this color? Ugh. Okay, I'll add my marinade to the unit. Okay, oh boy, that's not good. We have a piece of meat. This is a very tough cut. Oh God, what? No, why? Hold on. Oh, it's already coming out. Okay, this is actually working now, nice. I think I just did it wrong. Oh, what? And 100% of the liquid's gone. I'm going to first stab, then inject. Wow, actually guys, I think this is working. Oh, wow, we got a squirter here. Now the big question is, when I slice into it, is there actually marinade injected in there? Definitely some holes, and you can see that the flavor has penetrated at least a little bit. Well, clearly some major negatives when it comes to this product, but all things considered, once you get the hang of it, it does sort of work. So for that reason, I'm giving it a surprisingly high 3 stars out of 5. Next up, we have an electric meat tenderizer. Christopher gave it a 1 star and said, it's basically just a muscle massage gun with metal attachments. Quick, convenient, and practical. We'll be the judge of that. Is this thing electric? At least this one comes with directions. Okay. We'll let this charge and I'll see you in a few. Okay, we've let this charge. Let's see if it works. Oh, wow. Look at this thing go. Feels very weird. We're gonna try this on some meat. Oh yeah, look at this thing go. I think it's working perfectly. Where has this thing been my whole life? This is freaking awesome. Look at that meat jiggle. Honestly, I don't know if my meat's ever been this tender. Fun factor, I'm giving this thing like a 6 out of 5. This thing is awesome. But practically, I mean, a mallet just makes way more sense. You can actually hammer it a lot more thin. So for that reason, I'm giving it a 3 out of 5. Next up, we have the 15-minute marinating machine. Tori said it didn't work and the machine made no difference to the flavor of the meat. So this thing is actually a mini vacuum tumbler. This is exactly what's used to marinate jerky, but you can also marinate all sorts of stuff with it. We've added the meat, now we'll add the marinade, throw on the top. Now what we do is using this tube, attach it like so, then we turn it on, press the button. What we're doing here is actually sucking the air out of the chamber, pulling a vacuum. What this does is actually pulls apart the meat, forcing the marinade deep inside. Now we'll seal it up. With the vacuum pulled from here, it's time to tumble. Due to the vacuum and the spinning motion, just 15 minutes of spinning simulates 24 hours of marination. While this marinades, want to remind you guys that if you are interested in supporting the channel, Max Jerky is the best way to do it. Head on over to maxjerky.com. We have all sorts of incredible flavors.
Away with the slap chop. You're gonna love my nuts.
We'll be making a delicious release the air. This is air that's actually suctioning back in the chamber. Because of the vacuum, it actually opened up the pores, forcing all that marinade inside. This is one of the few gadgets from today that I've actually used many, many times. I've marinated jerky, chicken, steaks, pretty much everything with it. I absolutely love this thing, and it's an easy 5 stars. Next up, we have the one and only slap chop. Angela says, didn't work very well on celery, onions, or anything difficult to chop. The one and only slap chop, I mean, this might be the most iconic product of my generation. Ta-da! Okay, at least this one looks clean. Several different attachments. My man Vince. Didn't this guy like get arrested for something crazy recently?
You're gonna be slapping your troubles away with the slap chop. You're gonna love my nuts.
We'll be making a delicious egg and ham salad. Should be as easy as chop, chop, chop. Got some onion in there. Okay. They said the onion and celery didn't work out for them, so we'll be the judge of that. Let's see what she's made of. It took a little bit of muscle to start, but I'm officially slap chopping.
You don't have time to make breakfast. Breakfast to go.
Just giving it a few chops, and we should be left with a beautiful egg salad. Oh God. Oh boy.
Oh man. Oh God. Oh man.
All right, we're gonna have to do a little more chopping. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I was fully prepared for this not to work at all, but this is some pretty consistently chopped up ham, egg, celery, and onion. I am shocked, but it actually works, and I'm giving it 4 stars.
The slap chop sells for $19.95, but if you call now, you're gonna get the Grady absolutely free.
And it is time for the steak branding iron. Eric said it melts when heat is put to it and the branding isn't great. Don't buy. I was expecting this thing to be way bigger, but I'm still very excited about it. They didn't give directions on how to heat it up, but I feel like this should work. It's starting to get glowing red hot. Oh yeah. Can you guys guess what I wrote? I might have gone a little heavy on it, but can you guys read it? It's my thing. No. I'm gonna try it again, but not go as intense with it. Oh yeah, look at that. This thing is sick. For 18 bucks, this is a steal, and if I could give it higher than 5 stars, I would. This is the Fresh Adjustable Meat Slicer. Lunisa said she was excited to try for beef bulgogi, but it did not slice the meat, and she advises to not waste your money on it. Oh, it comes out. Okay. Oh, so this is the thicker version. You can put this in to go thinner. I'm gonna go thinner and see how this thing works. Got a little piece of meat here, and I'll slice. Oh, man. Not easy, that's for sure. A lot of work to get through. All right, time for the moment of truth. All right, I was doing a lot of complaining. These are some stunning, perfectly identical slices. The execution was tough, but I am very impressed with the final results here. I mean, like, I could never have done it this perfectly with a regular knife. Slightly difficult to use, but incredible results. I'm actually gonna give this thing 4.5 stars. This is the manual frozen meat slicer. Vivian said when you slice the meat thin, it'll cut part of the metal. So apparently this thing can slice through frozen meat. I will be very impressed if that is the case. What is this for? Is it like this? Oh, there we go. It's probably like this. Okay. Like, I wonder if I can make this looser. Oh, now we're talking. That was the issue. It was too tight. That is what I'm talking about. Look at this. And this was like frozen solid pork belly. I mean, yeah, it's like still frozen in these little curled shapes. Once you get the hang of it, it actually works pretty well. I'm not gonna say it's like the most sturdy, well-made machine I've ever used in my life, but it does get the job done, and it's getting a surprisingly high 4 out of 5. Next up, we have the Frywall Splatter Guard. We have an Amazon customer who said that it makes the food taste like plastic. So this product apparently made its way on Shark Tank.
The Frywall lets you see, stir, and flip your food at any time.
Whoa, it is way bigger than I was expecting. Wait, I feel like this is one of those things for a dog. Apparently it goes on the inside, which means that it'll actually kind of be cooking. Going with something that should produce a lot of splatter, going with some fatty ground beef. Something about this just doesn't feel right. It's just so big. You kind of have to like reach over to be able to do anything. But I will say it does feel pretty sturdy. Like, that's not going anywhere. There's clearly some splatter on the sides that would have hit my kitchen by now. We should be good to go. Say a little inconvenient having to clean this thing, but most importantly, let's see if this tastes like plastic. I mean, I taste no plastic and it seemed to work pretty well. Personally, I think it's a little inconvenient, but overall not a terrible product. I'm giving it a 4. And next up, we have the desktop range hood. Scott said, if you just need a fan, go buy a fan. So it sucks the air from here, blowing the exhaust out of, like, I guess a window or just away from the kitchen area. But to really test this thing out, we gotta cook a steak. A little bit of oil to a ripping hot pan and in with the steak. I mean, some of it's going in. We are still smoking out this house right now. Do I need to get closer? Well, at least our steak is looking good. It's sort of working. I mean, probably getting like 25% of the smoke. The vast majority is still going directly up into my kitchen right now. I think it's safe to say that this fan is not strong enough and it does not do the intended job. I mean, I can barely breathe in my kitchen right now. So for that reason, I'm justifying the 1-star review. And it is time for the automatic pan stirrer. Singh said it is awful at mixing solid food. Unless you're mixing only liquid, then I would not get it. I mean, it kind of looks like a little rocket ship or something. I mean, it's just vibrating. Oh, what the dog doing? It's literally going back and forth. This is pretty insane. Let's see if it actually works. So he said that it didn't work at all with solid food, so I'm going with something sort of in the middle with a chunky New England clam chowder. And I feel like this is gonna explode on me. All right, not bad, actually. Well, I'm officially living in the future, hands-free cooking my clam chowder. But is it actually convenient, and would I really use this thing? I mean, this is just kind of a pain. I have very limited confidence that it's not completely burning at the bottom. I gotta give it 2 stars. Time for the beef aroma diffuser. So there's only 2 reviews and this one actually has 5 stars, but I just felt like I had to include it. JD said, beef, baby. I smell like beef. Beef premium fragrance. Something tells me this is gonna be my kind of smell. It more so smells smoky than beefy, but I like it. So I've never actually used one of these things before. Whoa. So I don't know how much to add. I'll be fairly generous with it. Use about half the bottle. I want to really experience and taste the beef.
You're about to become the beef.
To be fair, the kitchen smells like beef already, so now we're just supplementing. Is that good stuff right there? Use appropriate protection for skin and eyes when in use. Do not breathe vapor when pouring. All right, we're gonna give this one 1 star, so we're just gonna move on. Oh, that was a mistake. And it's time for the retro pop-up hot dog toaster. Dreams of Cruising said it burns the buns every time.
It's the poor carpenter that blames his shoddy tools for the— Ow!
Might as well just crank it all the way up. Of course, starting with our hot dogs. I'll open up the buns and I imagine they just go in like so. Let's see if this works. Wait, okay, so these go down. They did give me these little tweezer things. Something about putting a metal rod into a toaster just doesn't sound like a smart idea. You can see how those coils are getting nice and hot, kind of similar to how a normal toaster would work. Looks like it's done. He said the buns burn every time. I don't know, that is a perfectly toasted bun. See how the dog is? Come on, dog. Oh, not much caramelization, but it's definitely cooked through. There's only one thing left to do. A little bit of mustard. Let's go for a taste. That is a perfectly cooked and executed hot dog. The bun is toasted to perfection. The hot dog is warm and cooked through. I mean, this thing is a beast. But if you thought I wasn't gonna be putting a dry-aged Wagyu A5 steak in it, then you were absolutely mistaken because it's going down. I mean, if it can cook a hot dog, I'd like to believe it can also cook a steak.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. What?
But there's only one way to find out. We'll load her up and we'll see what happens. I mean, I can't believe it, but it's actually developing a crust. What can't this little toaster do? While that cooks, I actually have another bonus toaster. Apparently this one toasts with the shape of Bob Ross's face. I am dying to see if this works. Oh, it's starting to smell burnt. Did it work? Oh my God. He's got the full fro. I cannot believe how well this worked, but let's see how it tastes. A little burnt, but not bad. Let's check on the Wagyu. This is my second time toasting a steak in about 2 weeks. I just really hope this time it goes a little bit better. I mean, that crust is looking perfect. It should be done. Caramelized, and it really has a nice golden brown color. Gotta go for a bite. It tastes like a perfectly pan-seared steak. I mean, it's got the crust, it's tender, it's juicy. That right there might be the easiest 5-star review of the day. Next up, it's the one and only Ron Popeil Showtime Rotisserie Oven. 1-star review from Abracadabra. My first roast pork, charred on the outside, cold on the inside. So I've never actually used one of these before, but growing up, the Ron Popeil infomercials were the greatest form of entertainment, so I am very excited for this one. We'll add this to the base, slide in the chicken, throw the top on. I got so excited, I almost forgot to season the bird. Just hit it with a little barbecue rub. Get this into the unit. Okay, that was actually very easy. We'll close the window and we'll just... Okay guys, so I set it and then I completely forgot about it for the next hour and a half, and this is what it looks like. It's reached its final cooking temp, and if I do say so myself, this might be the most incredible looking chicken I've ever cooked. Ron Popeil might really just be onto something. See if this easily comes off. Oh yeah. That right there is a rotisserie chicken. Gotta go for a drum. I mean, tender meat, super crispy skin. If this isn't 5 stars, I don't know what is. Next up, we have bear paws. Ciara was clearly not a fan and said that they work okay, but really hurt your hands. We have a beautifully smoked pork butt, which should be perfect to test these guys out. Start by removing the bone. Is she tender? Whoa, these things are way sharper than you'd think they are. They're almost like the tip of a knife. Let's see how they work.
Whoa,
Yeah.
mama.
It's definitely working. My hands are remaining clean and they do feel quite durable. Though I will say there's a little less feel to it. As you guys know, one of my favorite activities in the whole world is just pulling pulled pork. But if you are interested in keeping your hands clean, I don't hate these things. All in all, I'd give this probably a 4 out of 5 stars. And up next, we have the meat shredder. The Megger said that after shredding 5 chicken breasts and putting it into a white bowl, she noticed a ton of plastic in the chicken. So I think this thing is primarily used for chicken breasts, kind of just shredding it like so. And fortunately, we have the Rompo Peel Set It and Forget It chicken, which should be perfect for the job. I still can't believe how good this thing came out. We got chicken breast number 1 and chicken breast number 2. Open this up, place both chicken breasts. Hope this is not too much capacity for it. Got the top here that has these little points, and we'll see if I can shred it. Oh yeah, oh man, look at that thing go. This seems to be working out fantastically. Let's see how it looks. Wow. I probably used a little too much chicken for this thing, but it seems to have worked out pretty well. The only issue is there's some big pieces that didn't get shredded at all, and then there's the majority of it that is really nicely broken down. Honestly, it's almost like too broken down for me. With all that said, not bad for what it is. I'm giving it 4 stars. And now we have the cordless electric knife. Tigani said they pushed the safety button and pulled the trigger. Now it's running incessantly and they can't turn it off. Unsafe, do not purchase. You literally need skin contact at the bottom. It appears to be a safety measure. The classic way to use it, at least based on what I've seen online, is to slice up a Thanksgiving turkey. It's basically just 2 knives that are like directly next to each other. When you turn it on, they go back and forth in opposite directions. So we'll start by trying to remove the leg here, going through like butter. Can it go through bone? I mean, not bad. Now for the most important part. First of all, this is easily the most dry turkey I've ever seen in my life. Second of all, it kind of looks like a ruffled chip. Really don't know how I feel about this thing. Like, yes, it does work, but the slices are just all weird. Do I hate it? No, but do I love it? Not really. We're giving it 3.5 stars. Next up, the Lava Rock sizzling plate. Lawrence said, unfortunately, after the first use, the stone has a visible crack from one edge to the other. It hasn't broken yet, but I imagine it will soon. Been broiling this for like 30 minutes, time to cook. Do a little bit of oil. I'll start with the steak, get a nice little sear on there. For my favorite breakfast of all time, we'll add an egg. Nothing hits like steak and eggs. The big question for me is whether there's enough heat on here to fully cook the steak. I'm gonna flip and move this to a new hot part of the grill. Can definitely tell it's not as hot as it was before, but hopefully it'll be enough. Let's see if this was non-stick. Honestly, not bad. Well, the egg came out perfect. Unfortunately, this steak, let's go for a slice. It's looking like kind of ran out of heat. It's still very raw. For me, I think this would have worked better if we cut the steak really thin and just kind of seared it quickly. But all things considered, I think it worked out pretty well. It's a really fun like presentation piece. So for that reason, it's getting a very respectable 4 stars. Next up, we have the indoor kettle smoker. Christopher said, more of a steamer than a smoker. The result is awful looking unless you use lots of sauce. I am very excited about this one. I actually used to cook just like this in my old apartment. I did not quite have the same equipment, but I made do with what I had, which was just essentially a pot, but surprisingly it worked. Start by adding the wood chips below, then the water basin, which I believe will help regulate the temperature. Then this goes on top. Then I'll get this going right over fire until it starts to smoke. It's only been a couple minutes and that apple wood is already smoking. That smells so good. And now we'll add my steak to smoke. It's been about 45 minutes. Let's see what we got. So as you can tell, at least visually, I mean, this looks like a boiled steak. It's actually a lot of smoke, but kind of expected given that we're basically reverse searing it. Let's see how it tastes. Wow, it has insane smoke flavor. It almost tastes like bacon. Now I will say there is a bit of a learning curve, but give yourself a few cooks with it. I'm giving it 5 stars. Next up, the automatic robot grill cleaner. Jill apparently hated this thing. It did not do a good job at all cleaning the grill. What do you know? We got a dirty grill.
How'd the grill get so dirty?
You don't want to know.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
So I think I just turn on... Oh. Let's see if this works. No way. That's insane. Look at it go. We're going to shut the lid and let him do its thing. Sounds extremely intense in there. It's really just going to town in there. It's been 30 minutes and it's finally done. As you can see, it's quite dirty at this point, and it's definitely cleaned up a lot of the grill, though there is still quite a bit of like hardened gunk on there. All in all, it takes a long time. It's kind of a hassle. I'm giving it 2 stars. Next up, we got the grill mat. Samantha said the product didn't give her food any char or grill marks. The food was basically just sitting in its own juices and cooking like it was in a pan. Could this grill mat finally be the key to fish not sticking on the grill? Been about 5 minutes. Let's see if it sticks. I mean, this thing slides around perfectly, 0 stickage, and it's actually developed some pretty decent color. Well, I was ready to absolutely hate those mats, but as you can see, we've developed great color. There was 0 sticking. I can totally see how those things would be valuable. Actually, hold on that. Let me take a bite, make sure it actually tastes grilled. No, it is fantastic. We're sticking with the 5 stars. Next up, we have the one-man stick figure sausage griller. That is a meltdown. Amanda said it was not good quality and she had to throw it away. Okay, who added this one to the list?
Guilty.
All right, gonna add my sausage. Man, it's a nice fit. That just ain't right. Damn. That is a huge, I mean, tiny wiener. I think it's tiny. And we'll get them on the grill. Let's check them out. I mean, that dog is cooked to perfection. All right, quickly, Sophia. Do not want to have to explain this one to the neighbors either. I mean, it's definitely shriveled up a bit. I mean, it cooked up pretty well, but there's just something about that design that is not for me. Unfortunately, it's getting 1 star. Next up, the solar oven. AJ said the oven only reached a max temperature of 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be real, I have very limited confidence this thing's actually gonna work. Something tells me it's not gonna sear, but steak in the cold pan. Then we have these cooking bags. It says to add the entire thing in there. And we're wrapping it around. I imagine the bag kind of helps it contain the heat. Finally, we'll put this into our solar-powered oven, and let's head outside. We got a lot of great sun. This should be a perfect day for it. And, oh. We got a rooster. And if my neighbors didn't think I was crazy yet, then this should probably put them over the edge. As you can see, the sun is like directly hitting the steak right now from all angles. We'll let this go for a couple hours and see what happens. Okay, so it's only been about an hour, and I mean, this thing is ridiculously hot to the touch. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think the steak is already done. So as expected, essentially 0 crust here, but just based on feel, this steak is most certainly done. I mean, this thing worked so well, it looks like I overcooked this steak. I mean, that thing is closer to medium well than medium rare. Gotta go for a taste. Yummers. Kinda tastes like a steamed steak. I mean, I gotta give it 5 stars. That thing almost works too well. Next up, we got the meat thermometer fork. Robert said it's almost unusable because it's so slow at reading temps. Not worth the money. This thing's actually kind of cool. You can choose your meat. So we're going with beef, and we'll go with medium rare. And the test will be to see if we can cook the perfect medium rare steak strictly using this thermometer fork. It says we're at 69. It is very slow. I mean, this steak is probably at 32 degrees right now, and it is slowly going down in temperature. It says like 60. I'm not feeling too confident about this. Check on the temperature. It says we're at 125, 123. It's just way too slow. All right, it says we're at 132. Taking it off. Well, let's see how we did. Definitely not 132 degrees in there. Closer to blue rare than medium rare. I mean, I will personally still most certainly eat this.
So good and
But as a product, it did not allow me to cook a medium rare steak, and it just took way too long to register the temperature. So for that reason, it's getting 1 star. This is the meat thermometer tongs. Steven said he's very disappointed. Testing it against his handheld meat thermometer, which registered 135, while the tongs registered 68. Okay, given how the last one went, I have very limited confidence that this little thermometer probe is gonna do anything at all. I mean, this one feels very flimsy, but let's find out. Okay, let's see how it works as a flipper. Honestly, not great at all. This is like, barely can hang on to it. I really hope this thing was cheap because this does not feel well made. One more flip. Now let's see if we can measure a temperature at all. I need to insert this probe here. It says we're reading 101, 100. The temperature probe on this one is significantly better. It does move a lot faster, though it is a bit inconvenient. Okay, final internal temp of 125. Should be perfect. I mean, pretty big gray band, but I would say this is a medium rare steak. Better than the last one, but by no means a good product. It's getting 1.5 stars. Next up, the Indoor Infrared Grill. Matt said, I'm not sure what the 1450 degree symbol means. It only gets about half as hot as advertised. We'll start by turning this baby on. I mean, apparently this thing can get all the way up to 1450. If that's legit, then that's crazy. It says we're at 675. Doesn't really feel hot at all, guys.
100 degrees. Okay, 200. That's bullshit.
Well, it says we've reached 1450. So I'm adding the steak to our hot side. Yeah, something tells me it's not 1450. There is zero sizzling occurring. Been about 5 minutes. There's some sear, but it is very inconsistent. So far, this is very disappointing. Well, the center of the steak has reached 125 Fahrenheit. Straight up, guys, this is not looking like a very good steak. The crust on this side is a little dark in some parts. This side looks like it's boiled. The sides look like they're raw. Still, might as well just see what we're working with. The steak tastes boiled. If I could give that less than 1 star, I would. This is the gun torch. Brown said, broke the same night within minutes. I've seen Guga use this thing a million times and I've always wanted one. You twist the red thing to release the gas, then pull the trigger. This is awesome. To test it, I'm starting with a sous vide steak that at this moment looks disgusting. Let's see if we can change that. Wow, I mean, this is working pretty flawlessly right now. I mean, just check out the crust we're developing. That is what we want to see. I will say the heat coming off of it is a little bit less intense than the typical blowtorch I use, but all things considered, it's extremely fun to use and it works great. That's 4.5 stars. We had the gun torch, but this is the lightsaber torch. York said, the torch bursts into flames, setting my hand ablaze. Burning the hair on my left hand and lower arm, not exactly what I would consider safe. Sous vide steak number 2 and a lightsaber. Seems to be working pretty well, maybe a little less fire than the gun. I have to say, not a horrible sear. Realistically, it's not quite as practical as the gun or some of the other searing devices, but I mean, in terms of coolness, this is like a 15 out of 10, and it does still work, so for that reason, it's gotta get 5 stars. Next up, the barbecue meat blanket. Michael said he put his brisket wrapped in butcher paper in the bag. It should not have leaked, but it did. It appears to be a little sleeping bag for a brisket. Perfect timing because my brisket just came out. Time for the rest, and it's going in. Oh, that's hot. Whew. We'll zip them up and check back in probably 1 or 2 hours. I gave my brisket a solid 3 hours in the meat blanket. Oh no, we actually do have some leakage. Opening up the sleeping bag. It's a leaky brisket, that's for sure. I mean, sort of as expected, there's a bunch of moisture in there. The real question is, how did that brisket rest? See how she's looking? Oh man, this is a very juicy brisket. After 3 hours in the brisket blanket, our brisket is at 140 degrees Fahrenheit, so it did actually come down in temperature quite a bit. I sort of would have expected it to stay hotter for longer, and we'll go for a slice. I mean, I have to say, that does look pretty good. You know, I've always wanted to try this, and I feel like now's the time. That is unbelievably satisfying. You gotta try by this sandwich, Sophia. Or your own raw hand. You're a beast, Sophia. As mentioned, there was a little bit of leakage, but would I actually use this for backyard barbecue? Probably not. This is not super practical and doesn't really elevate the barbecue in any noticeable way. So for that reason, I'm giving it 3.5 stars. Next up, the precision knife sharpener. George said, absolute garbage, do not buy. If you have a large knife, the clamp won't hold in place. If you have a small knife, the clamp covers the blade and can't be sharpened. Okay, first things first, we're gonna need a very dull knife.
How are you gonna get a dull knife?
This is how, Kyle. Really hope my neighbors don't see me right now. This would be a tough one to explain. I mean, this is as dull as it gets. Starting on the most rough grit, you flip it around. It's actually kind of cool. Now the middle grit, and finally the most smooth. I mean, this really takes a lot of patience. I just hope this thing worked. Pretty decent amount of work to get to this point. Time for the moment of truth. Okay, it's definitely a lot sharper. but it does seem to be a little inconsistent with the sharpness. So for that reason, I'm giving it 3.5 stars. Next up, the mini steak chainsaw. Eric said, the motor made a terrible squealing noise and seized up. Do not recommend. This is the one I am by far most excited about. There must be some sort of safety on this. Oh wow, okay. So you have to have your finger on the safety the entire time. So you might be wondering, why on God's green earth would we ever need a mini chainsaw when cooking a steak? Well, this is why. This is a lot of work. My arm is killing me.
Dude, my shoulder's killing me right now.
Depending on the cut, you'll sometimes have to go through bone. And in today's example, we have a cowboy ribeye that I really want to turn into a regular bone-in ribeye, and this should be perfect for the job. Wait. Almost forgot the eye protection. Let's do it. This is great. Whoa! That worked surprisingly well. One little slice, and that's all it took. But I will say I just completely covered the brand new studio in a whole bunch of bone fragments. That was a little unnecessary, but it was extremely fun. Needless to say, this is getting 5 stars. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time. I just realized something. The nuts are made out of nuts.
Thank you.